Ladies and gentlemen, at this time, we ask that you please stand and gentlemen remove your hats for the playing of our national anthem.
It's the 2022 MEAC Softball Championship here in Norfolk, Virginia. The top seed in Morgan State Lady Bears a win away from repeating as conference champions. Meanwhile, the Bison of Howard University used a couple of walk-off wins this week to earn the title game appearance. Good afternoon, everybody. Corey Naito alongside Amir Rashid. Amir, we had to deal with Mother Nature and 3 time changes, but we are almost ready for championship softball.
The weather is clear, and let's get it going.
Absolutely. Let's talk about Morgan State. They are fantastic in the circle. Their pitching staff ranks among the best in the country in ERA. We'll see Victoria Fletcher to start in the circle.
She's going to be making her first start since April the 30th when she allowed just 1 run on 4 hits over.
It's the It's the 2022 MEAC Softball Championship here in Norfolk, Virginia. The top seed in Morgan State Lady Bears a win away from repeating as conference champions. Meanwhile, the Bison of Howard University used a couple of walk-off wins this week to earn the title game appearance. Good afternoon, everybody. Corey Naito alongside Amir Rashid. Amir, we had to deal with Mother Nature and 3 time changes, but we are almost ready for championship softball.
The weather is clear, and let's get it going.
Absolutely. Let's talk about Morgan State. They are fantastic in the circle. Their pitching staff ranks among the best in the country in ERA. We'll see Victoria Fletcher to start in the circle.
She's going to be making her first start since April the 30th when she allowed just 1 run on 4 hits over 6 innings with 7 strikeouts against North Carolina Central. But Coach Heinlein is going back to her start on April the 2nd against this team when she allowed 2 earned runs on 2 hits and 6 innings pitched. He believes her 5 pitch mix is going to be enough to keep the other team off balance.
And that other team, of course, the Bison, they come in with one of the top offenses in the MEAC, but you're looking at one of their position players on the defensive side who we might see later in this game.
Yeah, Luz Aguilar-Soto. She has started 3 of the 4 games against Morgan State, and Coach Tori Tyson believed that her 2 caught stealings of Mia Ewell in that first tournament game slowed down the Bears' aggressions on the bases. However, she's going to go a little offense to start, and we're going to go with Alyssa Vasquez behind the plate. Vasquez is one of the reasons why they're here with her 3-run walk-off bomb in their first game.
A win for Morgan State gives them back-to-back MEAC titles. Meanwhile, Howard looking for the upset to force a decisive game. First pitch next on the MEAC Digital Network. The MEAC title on the line here in Norfolk, Virginia. Morgan State, the top seed, and Howard University, the number 2 seed, getting ready for what should be a great game. Corey Naito alongside Amir Rashid here on the MEAC Digital Network. And Amir, we're looking for a fun one here. Victoria Fletcher will be in the circle for Morgan State, dealing with the DP, Camille Navarro.
You know, it's nothing like an early curveball, huh? We're going to see what Victoria Fletcher brings to us.
First pitch is in for a strike, and we're underway for the 2022 MEAC Championship game. You mentioned the curveball. Victoria Fletcher, we weren't really expecting to see in the circle. Ahead of the count here. Pitch is on the outside corner, and she's off to a good start, 0-2. The junior from Huntingtown, Maryland, has been playing first base throughout this tournament, Amir, but getting the start here in the circle.
And if earlier indications, we got a little bigger strike zone, so she's going to be okay. Because Coach Highline said if the pitchers are getting squeezed a little bit, he's going to worry about her effectiveness. But it looks like she's got a liberal strike zone today early, so we'll see if this stays going.
She comes in with a 2.35 ERA, a 7-5 record, making her 18th start, but her first start since April 30th. This pitch is slashed down the right field line. Navarro battling here.
You know, Navarro took that high outside pitch and didn't try to do too much with it, went the other way, and almost got it down the line. And the way she runs, that could have been trouble for Morgan early.
She has been fantastic, dealing with an injury, though, so she can only hit in this championship game, hitting .354 on the year in 51 games, a homer and 21 RBI. Trying to set the table. Good battle here to start. These teams familiar with one another. Amir Howard took 2 of 3 in the regular season matchup, but then Morgan State obviously getting the better of them earlier this week to go a perfect 2-0 in the MEAC tournament and only have to play 2 games opposed to Howard having to do with 3.
You know, they're 2-2 against each other, so this can be the tiebreaker.
Absolutely. None bigger of a tiebreaker than the MEAC championship title on the line and an automatic bid in the NCAA tournament. Navarro battling. 2-2 the count here. The pitch slapped in her right. Playable. And Ewell makes the grab for out number 1.
You want what things you want to do is keep the leadoff runner of every inning off base. And, there you go. Nice pitch, keep her off the base, and let's roll.
So here is the second baseman, Leilani Ricks. Ricks has been solid this season for Howard. This entire offense has been really impressive. Ricks, a first-team all-conference selection, a lefty slapper.
You know, what we have here is the number 1 offense versus the number 1 pitching staff. And typically, pitching beats offense. So we're going to see if that old adage plays its way out today over 7 innings.
Absolutely. Morgan State coming in with a 1.39 ERA. Top 5 in the country coming in. Meanwhile, Howard with a team batting average of .331. That's in MEAC play.
Yeah, 299 overall. So, they're almost hitting 300 overall. So let's see how they work with their offense. And 7 members of this Morgan offense is made all MEAC. So they can hit. And they're going to be facing, potentially 2 pitchers out of the bullpen that made all MEAC.
Impressive stuff here for the Bison. Ricks, one of those members, hitting .350 on the year in 46 games, 43 starts. Has 5 extra base hits, 3 doubles, and 2 triples with 12 runs batted in. One away here, just getting started. Morgan State defeating Howard earlier this week by a score of 12-5.
Yeah, it was a good performance by Morgan, but they were also helped by 5 Howard errors. So if Howard can keep the errors down, we could be in for a barn burner.
We really could. That has been a bugaboo for Howard this year. Slapped over to third. Russo is there, and she retires the hustling Ricks for out number 2.
Nice move play by Russo.
So 2 away, bases empty for Kalita Dennis.
Now at the plate, number 20, Kalita Dennis.
Dennis hitting a healthy .345 on the year with 9 home runs. That's good for the team lead and one of the leaders in the MEAC. Coming into this game, she's nearly ranking in every offensive category that you can think of in the conference.
That's the reason why she's a first-team All-MEAC performer, because she is here to – the first 2 batters set the table. She's here to clean the table.
She certainly is. Having a great tournament, 5 for 11 with a homer and 5 runs batted in. Bounces one up the middle, has eyes, and that's the game's first hit.
And you're talking about cleaning the table between Dennis and Vasquez. They have 91 RBIs.
And certainly a nice 1-2 punch, or 3-4 punch, if you will, in the lineup. And Alyssa Vasquez is the batter at the plate, the catcher. Has been phenomenal this year.
And we talked about it. Vasquez is one of the reasons why they're here. In their first game, she had a double that sent the game into extra innings, and then she had that walk-off 3-run bomb. So
pitch is high. Vasquez hitting .384 on the year with 7 homers, 46 runs batted in. OPS of 1.056. If you have a decimal point in your OPS, you're doing something well at the plate. 1-0 is a hot shot past the diving try of Delph, and the Bison have runners at first and second with 2 outs.
We talked about the importance of keeping the first 2 runners off the base, and it comes to fruition right now, because if one of those 2 get on, we have a run on the board. Because 3-4 right now, and that Howard lineup is raking.
They certainly are, and that brings up Zaria Simmons, the first baseman, hitting .301 on the year. 8 Bison who qualify have been hitting over 300 this season. That's how good this Howard offense has been all year. Simmons, one of them, has 12 RBI on the season, slugging at .333. So doesn't hit for a lot of power, but does hit for average, and right now a single could do the job here. Amir, just either pass the baton, or if you got the runners going, able to try and score, but she's down on the count here, 0-2.
You know, I think that old adage in softball is pass the hit stick. Don't try to do too much, just get it to your next batter. That's what they've done right now with 3-4, and let's see if 5 can pass that hit stick to 6.
Fletcher looking to strand the runners on the bases. This is outside. Good take by Simmons. Fletcher with that 5-pitch mix, Amir, that head coach Larry Heinlein really likes, that she offers and can really throw off this Bison lineup.
Yeah, but the one pitch I think he's going to stay away from, he said, is the changeup because of the short fence.
Bouncer to second. Yule takes it to the bag herself, and that ends the inning.
You know, Victoria Fletcher got herself into trouble, and then she got herself out of it. So we'll see what happens now with the Morgan offense.
Absolutely. Howard strands 2, gets a hit. Morgan State, they grab their bats when we come back here on the MEAC Digital Network.
The day the world stopped was the day we found where to go. From now on, we're not going to leave anything on our plates, because we've learned to savor the moments that were always there, and they never tasted this good.
When you're part of something bigger than yourself, it feels like all you ever do is win, win, win. And when that something is an HBCU, you know you can't help but win, win, win. So, as proud supporters of HBCU programs, we just can't lose.
Bottom of the first inning here at Norfolk State University. The Bison putting 2 runners on the bases, but leave them. Victoria Fletcher getting a ground out off the bat of Peyton Quinones. We'll take a look at the Morgan State lineup. Asia Thomas leads things off. Mia Yule at second. Taven Russo will bat third and play third. Madison Nunez at the catcher. Melissa Paz, the first baseman. Might see her later in this game, one of the best relievers in the country. Aaliyah Yule is in right field. Victoria Fletcher is the pitcher, batting 7th. Kayla Sweezy bats 8th as the DP, and Katrina Delph, the shortstop, rounds out the order for 7th-year head coach Larry Heinlein, and they will face
Annalise De La Roca. While we got a curveball to start this game, we knew that this lady was going to be in the lineup. Over 4 appearances, she's going 8 1/3 innings. She's allowed 1 run against Morgan State in this season.
She has been fantastic. 13-6 record, making her 21st start of the year, a 3.28 ERA. Delivers the first pitch, and it's lifted off the bat of Asia Thomas in shallow left center. Coming in is Quinones for out number 1.
Well, she's already had a better start than she did the last time these two teams met up. In the first tournament game earlier this week, she walked the first 2 batters, and the coach had to come with a quick hook. So to get this out has to really calm her nerves.
Absolutely. Good communication out there in the outfield, and that brings up Mia Yule. De La Roca, a transfer from New Mexico State. First Morgan State on the year, 8 1/3 innings. Has allowed an earned run in the regular season. Now she's pitching the game to try and force a decisive game 2 later today. Quickly retires Yule, and just as fast, 2 up and 2 down here at the bottom of the first.
3 pitches, 2 outs. You gotta like that effectiveness.
We're gonna have a chance to get you the stats for these Lady Bears hitters right now. That brings up Taven Russo, the third baseman. Russo, a senior, hitting .310 on the year in 41 games. 5 homers, 28 driven in. Russo, a graduate student, transfer from St. Francis in Pennsylvania. Native of Pittsburgh, PA. And she brings a veteran influence to this lineup for the Lady Bears. She has been in the NCAA tournament 3 times in her career, looking to make it 4th with a victory here for the Lady Bears. De La Roca comes home. Good spinner on the outside corner.
That was a nice changeup right there. She painted the corner. She changed pace. She's doing a good job of changing eye levels right now as well.
She has logged 6 innings in this tournament. Overall, 11 runs, 7 earned. ERA a little inflated due to the small sample size. The pitch is downstairs. Trying to force that decisive game 2 later today here at NSU. Of course, Morgan State winning last year's title game. We're looking to go back-to-back. Last year's championship, the first in program history. Howard won its first way back in 2007.
So regardless of who wins this game, it's going to be the second championship for somebody's program history.
Absolutely. Who will it come down to in the top 2 seeds if we're sticking with the number 2? The top 2 seeds in this tournament playing for the title here today.
We're going to stay with some more 2s. 2 balls, 2 strikes, and 2 outs.
Here in the bottom of the first, base is empty. Here's that 2-2. Good take by Russo on the count full. De La Roca looking for a 1-2-3 bottom of the first. Here's the payoff. Taken high and away, ball 4, so Morgan State gets a 2-out base runner.
I think one of the things that we can look at is the center fielder. The center fielder is going straight away center field. She's getting the pitch, and then she's adjusting off of that. So that may help them or we may hurt them as this game goes along. But right now, their center fielder is getting a lot of movement out there.
Russo off at first. She has 3 stolen bases on the year. Not a true threat, but she certainly is capable. Madison Nunez capable at the plate. The junior cleanup catcher. Looks at an off speed that floats in.
I mean, she is efficient. She's 3 for 3 in stolen bases, though.
Absolutely. Love that if you're Larry Heinlein. So used to coach at Coppin State, now has this Morgan State team vying for a 2nd consecutive MEAC title. 0-1. Gets away from the catcher, Alyssa Vasquez, and up to second, Russo.
Vasquez has done a pretty good job early on. That's like the 4th ball in the dirt, 4th or 5th ball. You know, off-speed pitching in the dirt. She blocked the previous 4, but just couldn't quite get that one blocked up. So that's something else to keep an eye on as Paz is trying to live low in strike zone with off-speed pitches.
So a runner in scoring position on the wild pitch. 1-1 the count here to Nunez. Pitch is in the dirt. Vasquez able to keep that in front. Nunez hitting .278 in 34 games, 33 starts. 1 homer, 20 runs batted in, slugging .423. trying to give Morgan State an early lead like they jumped out against Howard the other day. Good off speed again from De La Roca. It's 2 balls and 2 strikes. Morgan State jumped out to a 2-0 lead in the first inning. And they're meeting back on Thursday. The 2-2 from De La Roca. Cranked foul. That game, Morgan State jumped out to a 5-1 lead. Howard able to get within 2, but Amir, they never got it any closer, and Morgan State went on to win 12-5.
And that's one thing that the coach was talking about, how Howard doesn't quit. So you have to keep putting runs and stacking runs on top of runs because they're going to fight until the last out the quarter, and that's been seen in their 2 wins.
Certainly has 2 walk-off wins this tournament. The 2-2 is popped up foul territory. Vasquez able to grab it up the line. And a good start for Annalise De La Roca. She strands the 2-out base runner on the walk. No runs, no hits, no errors, and the runner left. We go to the top of the second next, scoreless here on the MEAC Digital Network.
All right, here we go. Miller in motion. Wait, is that a baby on the field?
It looks like it, Craig.
And the defensive linemen are playing peekaboo. I've never seen anything like that before.
Harris now appears to be burping the baby.
That's a great moment right there.
Ref going to the rule book here.
Well, wait a minute. Harris is off to the races.
We don't need any more trick plays.
Touchdown!
But we could all use more ways to save.
Are you kidding me?
It's gonna be a long bus ride home for the defense.
Switch to Geico for more ways to save.
Diverse. The dictionary defines it as showing a great deal of variety. Here in Hampton Roads, we are diverse. So whether you drive your own car, ride a bike, or use one of Hampton Roads Transit's many modes of transportation, it fits within our lifestyle. And while you may never ride Hampton Roads Transit, chances are you depend on someone who does. Help us connect Hampton Roads.
Top of the second inning, scoreless. Both pitchers working around runners in scoring position. Victoria Fletcher allowed back-to-back 2-out singles. We take a look at our tail of the tape. The top 2 seeds in this MEAC tournament. Morgan State with the best record overall. The batting average going towards the Bison. We mentioned one of the top hitting teams in this conference. Look at that ERA for Morgan State, 1.55. Impressive stuff for the Lady Bears. Bunt is dropped down. Good play, though, defensively for the Bears, and there's quickly 1 away.
Pitching and defense wins championships. And if Morgan's going to keep playing solid defense and get the pitching they got, they're going to be a tough out.
Certainly are. So there's 1 away here. Quinones is out for the first out here, and that brings up Ayana Sally, the right fielder. Pitches in for a strike. Sally hitting .305 this year, making her 20th start. Slugging .339, only 2 extra base hits, so doesn't have a whole lot of pop in the lower third of the lineup for head coach Tori Tyson in her 4th season. She has played a really nice right field, and we expect to see a platoon out there in the championship game. 1-1, ripped past the backhand stop of Duel. And Sally aboard with a 1-out hit.
Sometimes you can be in the strike zone too much. I think it's made because she's thrown 23 pitches and 16 of them are strikes. She's not now. Howard is able to get comfortable there. They're going right back up the middle. All 3 hits have been right up the middle right now.
So here's the shortstop, Maxie Harrington, hitting .217 this year. A senior, 1 homer, 4 runs batted in. Let's pop the bunt up to the left side, but foul. Coach Tori Tyson saying that Maxie Harrington getting the start here in the championship game because of her senior leadership on the left side of the infield. We mentioned briefly the errors that have really been costly at times for Howard this season. They've committed 13 errors throughout this tournament. 0-1 is tapped softly to short. Dell flips the second for one. That's all they'll get.
That's almost a risky move right there, because that was a bang-bang play. But I don't know if she would have got Harrington in first either, so that may have been her only choice.
Quick flip over from Delph to Ewell covering. Here is Jade Green, the third baseman. You mentioned Harrington getting the start at short. Green making her first start at third base yesterday. Pitches in for a strike. Coach Tyson saying that it's new, but she played pretty well over there at the hot corner. She's a fantastic number 9 hitter, able to turn the lineup card over. This is fouled off. Average below the Mendoza line at 184, but her on-base percentage at 355.
That means she has a good eye, and she's just getting on base. And like I said, that's what you want in that 9 hitter. To get on base, to turn your lineup over by any means necessary.
She is trying to do that against Fletcher in the circle. Here's the pitch.
Runner.
And it's right back up the middle, past the bag at second. Stopping at second base is Harrington. But as you mentioned earlier, Amir, another hit right back through the middle.
They're seeing the ball well, and they're hitting the ball where it's pitched.
Fourth hit already here for Howard.
And that matches the total number of hits. That's double the number of hits they had in her first start.
They have been seeing her well. Fletcher again making her first start since April 30th. She has been playing first base for the Lady Bears this tournament. Last start on that 30th against North Carolina Central. Here's a blooper off the bat of Navarro. Everybody goes station to station. She bobbled for a moment. Thomas quickly gets it back in though.
Because the third base coach had the wheel going. She had her arm waving, and she pulled it up late. So talk about it, just pass the hit stick. That's 3 straight hits right there.
Thomas doing a good job. That was off of her body, didn't get past her, but another threat here for the Bison. They had runners at first and second in the top of the first. Now the base is loaded for the first team All-MEAC second baseman, Leilani Ricks. Takes a pitch outside the zone.
And what you don't want to do is get to 3-4. That's where all their RBI production is. This right here is the batter you have to get out.
2 for 10 in the tournament coming into this championship. She bounced out to third last inning. Slaps it right to third. Russo there snags it. And Fletcher again leaves some traffic on the bases. This time she leaves them loaded. No runs, 3 hits, no errors, and 3 men left. We go to the bottom of the second, scoreless here on the MEAC Digital Network.
Here, we educate tomorrow's leaders today. The Howard Experience allows students to engage in self-exploration through sports, music, dance, and debate. A journey towards excellence in leadership for America and the global community. This is the Howard Experience.
This is where the formula ends and the magic begins. We take the mold, shake the mold, and break the mold. From late nights in the gym to later nights in the library, we grind. Because if you think greatness is a game, think again. Here, nothing shines unless we all do.
The Bison back out on defense to begin the bottom of the second inning, but Amir, they've had chances early on. 2 runners in the first, but Victoria Fletcher escapes, and then this last half inning, bases loaded with 2 outs, but a line drive off the bat of Ricks ends the threat.
When you're getting runners on base, you have to capitalize on them. 5 runners left on base through 2 innings. It's tough. I mean, I think they're like 0 for 3 right now with runners in scoring position. If they can just get the big hit, they can bust this game open.
They certainly can. Meanwhile, Morgan State trying to get the offense going as well. Lady Bears left a runner at second and Taven Russo to end the bottom of the first inning. It will be Melissa Paz, the first baseman, to lead things off. There are her numbers. Solid at the plate. She's known more for being a pitcher. We might see her later in the circle. One of the best relievers in the country. Comes in with the 4th lowest ERA in the nation at 0.51. Right now going to be playing first base. Kayla Roca efficient in the first. Really featuring that off-speed pitch early in that inning.
And that's what Coach said. Coach said she's going to keep the hitters off balance. If she can keep throwing it for strikes and they can keep rolling over on it, I'll keep throwing it too.
Kayla Roca making the second team all-conference here in the MEAC.
And the one thing Coach has said is he's yet to see the best from her. And once she turns it on, look out. But right now she's pitching very well.
She is. Tori Tyson saying that the last outing they were struggling behind her defensively. Hoping to shore things up here in that regard. They already have 5 hits. 2-0. That's it.
And one of the things she did, we got a new shortstop and we got a new third baseman. So talk about shoring things up. You bring in Maxie Harrington to play short. You bring Jay Green to play third, and that's your 8-9 hitter. So they're here for defense.
Certainly are. Chess match here. De La Roca catches the zone again, 2-2.
Pass didn't look too happy about that call.
She did not. Hitting .272 on the year with those 30 runs batted in. Slugging .369. Has 20 walks on the team. Very patient. She's 3rd in that department. Here's the 2-2. It's a chopper hit to short. Big hop over for Harrington. She retires Paz for out number 1.
You know, they play Paz to pull. The shortstop was deep in that 5-6 hole, and that ball went right to her. And took a tricky hop, but she was able to, wheel it in to make a good throw.
It certainly is, and Harrington there, as we mentioned, to be that senior leader on the left side of the infield, and she stuck with that hop. Field was tarped earlier. Of course, we were supposed to start at 9 a.m. Original game time was noon, up to 9 a.m., and then we started a little after 2 here in Norfolk.
9 a.m. today was not a chance.
It was wet. Here's Aaliyah Ewell, sister of Mia, the right fielder, a lefty hitter.
I'll say this, through about an inning, almost 2 innings, the home plate umpire, Esther Holloway, her strike zone has been consistent and has been consistently big.
Always ask for consistency. 0-1. Check swing popped up. Coming in charging Green, and there's 2 away. Take a look here. That was a nice changeup. Amir, you can see how in front Ewell was. She's a pretty solid hitter.
And not only that, she didn't even get to put a full swing on that. Like, she was so out in front, she couldn't even put a full swing. So let's see what Victoria Fletcher can do here.
Fletcher.
Pitcher versus pitcher.
Junior hitting .260 on the year in 30 games, 27 starts. Has some pop, 2 homers, 17 driven in, slugging .425.
She was way ahead of that one.
De La Roca really featuring that soft stuff, the off speed. See Fletcher's numbers there, and she's going to go and have a conversation with her head coach, Larry Heinlein.
That's going to be his first offensive conference. Well, he has no more this inning now, so.
Fletcher, solid in the circle. You and I discussing before the broadcast, we weren't anticipating to see Fletcher in the circle to start this championship game for Morgan State. We talked about the 5-pitch mix for Fletcher. She really is part of this trio of hurlers for Morgan State, and one of the reasons why they have a top 5 ERA in the country.
You know, when you have 3 pitchers, all with ERAs below 2.5, you're going to be doing some fantastic things in the circle.
They certainly have. That's also helped them earn the most wins overall and in conference play in program history. 31 wins overall. They had 29 to finish out the 2022 regular season.
Eventually, you know, you have to believe this team is going to hit something. While they hang their hat on pitching, you can't exclusively get to 31 wins by just pitching.
Not at all. The offense has been there, and Coach Heinlein thinks that they're starting to turn a corner, put up 28 runs earlier in this tournament against NC Central. 2 in on the hand. They won 28-0 in their opening round game and then 12-5 against Howard. So it's been a breeze so far for this Lady Bear squad.
40 runs in 2 games. And now they're 1 2/3 and 8. Don't even have a hit.
Roca looking to keep it that way here and toss a 1-2-3 second. Boiling Fletcher off the end of the bat. Kayla Roca seems very calm and poised. You see, she's telling her teammates, I got it. Mentioned her second team all-conference selection this year. Comes with another 0-2. Fletcher laces it in a shallow center, backpedaling Ricks. She makes the grab in the shallow outfield grass, and that is a 1-2-3 inning for Annalise De La Roca. She has looked good and keeping this Morgan State offense at bay. We head to the top of the third, scoreless in the MEAC Championship ball game.
This is where the formula ends and the magic begins. We take the mold, shake the mold, and break the mold. From late nights in the gym to later nights in the library, we grind. Because if you think greatness is a game, think again. Here, nothing shines unless we all do.
For more than 150 years, Morgan State University has positioned its graduates to grow the future and lead the world. Morgan students receive a world-class education, engage in meaningful research, and uplift their communities. Over 126 programs conveniently available online or on Morgan's beautiful campus. Designated the national treasure, there's something for everyone. Pursue your purpose, progress in your passions, achieve the promise of career fulfillment. Your Morgan experience awaits.
We go to the top of the third inning, and we have a pitching change here for Morgan State. One of the pitchers we expected to see, maybe not this early, Amir, but it is Melissa Paz, the junior out of California.
Melissa Paz is coming with a 0.51 ERA. She has allowed 4 earned runs this year in 53 in the third inning. So, you know, now it's something, they see something different. It seemed like they had figured out Victoria Fletcher. They were going up the middle, had 5 hits over 2 innings. So let's see what Paz can do to slow down this Howard offense.
And I think this isn't a coincidence either with who's due up for Howard, the heart of the order. Dennis Vasquez and Simmons, your 3, 4, 5 hitters.
Right. They had 3 and 4. They had great, hard, solid contact in that first inning.
The ERA, as Amir mentioned for Paz, extremely impressive, making her 20th appearance. Or she had 19 appearances, I should say, in the regular season, making her 22nd here. She's pitched now in every game of the tournament. Dealing with Dennis, who ripped a single up the middle back in the first.
She actually started the tournament game against Howard. She went 4 innings, allowed 4 runs, 3 of them earned on 3 hits. So,
third team all-conference, which is hard to believe with that ERA, but the pitching has been really solid here in the MEAC.
Maybe they want starting pitcher. It's only, you know, she only made 2 starts.
Correct. Yep.
So, 19 appearances all out of the bullpen.
Certainly well-deserved to be recognized. Fooling Dennis there. Not easy to do. Dennis is a very prepared hitter, according to head coach Tori Tyson. Paz just so good. Has a drop, a curve, and when it's on, it's unhittable. Dennis takes one close.
You don't become a quality hitter without taking borderline pitches like that. That was clearly a ball, but it was awful close to take the 2 strikes.
Certainly was. Dennis with 6 hits and 12 at-bats this tournament. 2-2 is rolled over to third. Russo there and plenty of time.
Paz right now, he did a good job of changing the eye levels and the pace of those pitches in that at-bat. And he got to roll over on one for an easy ground out.
I mentioned Paz in the circle. You see there quickly Fletcher over at first, so an easy swap here for Morgan State. Fletcher went 2 innings, scattered those 5 hits, did not walk a batter, also did not pick up a strikeout. Here is Vasquez, who had one of those 5 singles against Fletcher.
But more importantly, none of those 5 singles crossed the plate.
She left the bases loaded last inning in the second to end her outing. So all things considered, a job well done for Fletcher, leaving that traffic on those base paths. Vasquez chops one to short. Delph there, she's so smooth.
We've seen Delph look smooth to make a play, and we've seen over at third base Rousseau make a couple plays. This infield right now, they have soft hands, and their feet work is just impeccable.
Now batting number 8, Zaria Simmons.
Good move, and you said all that on display for Delph. Here is Zaria Simmons, the first baseman. She grounded out to Duel at second, who took it to the bag herself to end that top of the first inning when the Bison had runners at first and second with 2 away. 5 left on already for Howard. They have had opportunities early. Right back to Paz. She flings over to first, and that is a 1-2-3, top of the third. So good outing and start to her relief appearance for Paz, and showing why she's one of the best in the country in terms of ERA. She feels her position pretty well. We go to the bottom half of the third, still scoreless here on the MEAC Digital Network.
Behold has a special meaning at Norfolk State University. It exemplifies knowledge, hard work, perseverance, and striving towards success. Since 1935, Spartans have walked these grounds ready to take on the challenges of the times, transform lives, and realize dreams. We are a state-of-the-art institution, preparing students to take on the modern world with innovative coursework, experiential learning, and cutting-edge degrees. As NSU celebrates its 85th year, the green and gold tradition continues.
Go to the bottom of the third inning here at Norfolk State University, the site of the 2022 MEAC Softball Championship. Glad that you can make us a part of your afternoon. Corey Naito alongside Amir Rashid. Amir right now, Howard's offense scattering 5 hits, nothing to show for it, but Annalise De La Roca, so far, so good through 2.
This Morgan State team had went 1 inning over their first 2 games without scoring a run. 1. They were averaging 20 runs a game in those 2 games, and De La Roca has put 2 zeros on the board. So you will hope that if you're a Morgan State fan, eventually that offense that has scored 20 runs shows up at least partially.
De La Roca phenomenal against the Lady Bears in the regular season, only allowed an earned run in 8 1/3 innings pitched in 3 appearances. She is certainly on pace to keep that trend going here this afternoon.
And one of the things that probably got her in a little bit of trouble was she had 8 walks. So she has 10 walks against Morgan in those 8 1/3. She has 0 right now. I think she has 1. So
she walked Russo back in the first, but left her stranded in scoring position. Dealing with the 8-9 hitters here in the home half of the inning, Kaylee Sweezy, the designated player, leads things off. Sweezy with solid numbers in terms of the batting average. Also slugging .655 in a small sample size. Played 18 games, 5 starts. Check swing, but that off speed again, fooling another Lady Bear hitter, and she's quickly down on the count. Excuse me, 1-1. Take another look at that pitch. Fooling. She's unable to hold her swing.
One thing Roca is doing is she is changing speeds and really keeping this Morgan team off balance.
Certainly is, making it tough for the hitters to decipher what's coming. Another swing out in front, backspin, and De La Roca able to field her position for out number 1. These swings from Morgan State, Amir, just nothing behind it. They're just so far out in front. And De La Roca able to hop out of that circle to corral it.
And the different part about this, they're all in the front of the batter's box as well, so they can't get any closer.
There's the first pitch, a bunt attempt off of that of Katarina Delft, the shortstop, who tried to get her way on with some small ball.
Well, I guess if you can't hit it out there, you may be able to bunt it out there, get on base. Back to the top of the order now.
De La Roca again. Look how quick she got out of the circle, throwing before her second baseman Ricks even got there. That's impressive. We talked about the errors being an issue for Howard. That was just pure trust right there.
Hey, you work on it all year long. You have to know your second base. It's like a catcher. Catcher on the stolen base is going to throw before either second baseman or shortstop get there. Same way on the butt.
Thomas gets grazed on the foot, it looked like. Seemed to be fine. So 2-out base runner here for Morgan State, still looking for their first hit of the game. But Thomas is somebody you don't want to have on the bases. 17 for 19 in stolen base attempts. That's good for second most for the Lady Bears.
Second time in 3 innings that Morgan State has had a 2-out runner. So we'll see if they can actually get some 2-out magic to get this run across.
Mia Yule, the second baseman, grounded out to her counterpart, Ricks, back in the first. De La Roca comes home, popped up. Vasquez, the catcher, makes the catch and corralled by her battery mate De La Roca. Could have been a little bit of a bigger collision, but they're able to put on the brakes.
Just a little Bison love in the middle of the infield.
And why not? They are playing well, taking on the top seed and keeping them scoreless. We head to the 4th in this MEAC Championship ball game.
The day the world stopped was the day we found where to go. From now on, we're not going to leave anything on our plates because we've learned to savor the moments that were always there, and they never tasted this good.
When you're part of something bigger than yourself, it feels like all you ever do is win, win, win. And when that something is an HBCU, you know you can't help but win, win, win. So, as proud supporters of HBCU programs, we just can't lose.
Tori Tyson, in her 4th year at the helm of Howard, really having a young team this year, Amir, but nearing 30 wins, pretty remarkable to say the least.
Sometimes it's just coaching, recruiting and coaching. So, but you know, she had faith that this team was going to get better and better and better. And I think the turning point for her season is when they went to Duke and they got to play on dirt.
That was big. Tyson saying that really helped them catch fire, the Duke Blue Devils, allowing them to use their facility for 2.5 hours. And they just took ground ball after ground ball. You mentioned the turf facility that this Bison program uses in D.C., part of the Washington Nationals Youth Academy for introducing the game of baseball and softball to children in the inner city. They certainly utilized it. Slap to second, tough play. Everybody's safe.
Oh.
Throw now. Morgan State throwing it around a little bit, uncharacteristic, but Peyton Quinones gets it started here in the fourth.
Not only did they throw it around, the right fielder, if she just bare hands it, the first time she had the chance. She had to stab at that like 3 or 4 times before, look at it right there, stabs at it, stabs at it, stabs at it 3 times. And if she fields it cleanly the first time, she could probably make a good throw and get that runner out at second base.
So a single for Quinones, who had the game-winning single yesterday for Howard to help get the Bison in this championship game. Reaches and then advances the second on the throwing error, and now it's Ayanna Sally, the right fielder.
I'd say it's a bunt right here.
Tries to lay it down. Small ball, and why not? Best opportunity here for the Bison. They've had runners in scoring position, but with 2 outs, this is the first opportunity they've had a runner in scoring position, and with that young lady in the circle, runs are going to be extremely tough to come by.
You have to do whatever you can to get that runner to third base with less than 2 outs. In a game like this where runs may be scarce, 1 run could win this game.
Bison ready to explode, try and score the game's first run.
Huge break by Quinones, but there was no one when they showed the bunt that they probably like the Red Sea up the middle, so she can get as big as lead as she can.
Sally now behind the count, 0-2. Quinones off at second. She has some speed. 0-2 is hit just foul. Try to trickle it in between the bag and the line at third, but Russo has been pretty solid over there so far today.
Yeah, this defense right now from Morgan State, with the error aside, has been pretty solid.
Sally, the senior from Chesapeake, Virginia. 0-2 popped up. She had a big hit against Hunt, who we thought we might see from Morgan State in the circle. Anaya Hunt, the MEAC pitcher of the year, but a big 3-run double off the fence in a 4-3 win on April 2nd. The Bison went on to win that series. That also ignited the 10-game winning streak that we talked about.
Yeah, Morgan hasn't lost since then. 16 straight games, so.
0-2. Hit behind the circle, fake by Delph. Good heads-up play, but everybody's safe. It's an infield single for Sally.
That's back-to-back infield hits off Paz, where the contact wasn't very clean, but it was enough, and the speed kills. It was just enough to get on base. So we'll see how Morgan State navigates this with first and third with nobody out.
And that's what the Lady Bears are going to chat about in the circle. So this is a legitimate threat against one of the best relief pitchers in the country. We mentioned Melissa Paz having the 5th lowest ERA coming into this championship game. And head coach Larry Heinlein going to talk things over here with his Lady Bears.
This could be the game. With the way that Morgan State is struggling with De La Roca and she's keeping them off balance, you can't allow more than 1 run to cross this plate. You know, you go down 2-3-0, and now the pressure goes up. We talked about it. They haven't been in a game in this tournament. They're up 28. They won 28-0. They had a 12-5 win. Their offense has been clicking. So what do they do now in the face of adversity?
And you mentioned the pressure for Morgan State. I asked head coach Tori Tyson, who we also saw talking things over, what's the message to this young Bison team? She said, we've got nothing to lose. These seniors are leaving the program much better than they found it. And they're just going to go out here today and have some fun. And right now, this younger and inexperienced Bison team certainly putting pressure on the Lady Bears, who are looking to make it back-to-back conference titles, winning it last year.
I'm not sure if 40 games can classify the team as inexperienced anymore. They've been through the battles now.
They certainly have. Maxie Harrington, the senior shortstop, as the throw go down, but Sally was trying to get caught up, but Morgan State just letting her take second. Runners in scoring position, that takes away the traditional double play ball now. The chance here for Harrington. Getting the start at shortstop to provide some peace and stability to the left side of this infield defensively. She reached on a fielder's choice back in the second and stranded at third when the Bison left them loaded.
This is the 8-hitter. You have to, I mean, you seemingly want to attack the bottom of the order, but you know, 6-hitter gets a dribbler, 7-hitter gets a dribbler. Now you're fouled 2-0 to the 8-hitter. You got to make a strike here. You got to make your best pitch right here.
2-0 is a blooper over the third baseman Russo's head. Another infield single.
Sometimes it's not how hard you hit it, but where you hit it.
Perfectly placed. Russo tried to grab it. Delph able to track it down to keep it in the infield, but 3 consecutive infield hits. And for the second time this game, Bison load them up, but this time the best scoring opportunity. Nobody out for Jade Green, the number 9 hitter.
Yeah, the last time they loaded the bases, it was with 2 outs. So now the Morgan State defense is playing in and trying to cut this run away from at the plate.
Green looking for her first hit of the tournament. Big time here if she could get it.
9 hits and 50 at-bats. So
he has come in as of late for the all-conference third baseman Natalie Davila, who recently had knee surgery. She was the leader of this infield. Now they look to the freshman Green. Paz trying
a huge spot for her. And I think we said it earlier, she did have a hit in her first at bat, so now she's 10 for 50. She's come up with hit number 2 today.
It could explode this Bison dugout. That was a good eye.
Paz really, really wanted that one.
2-1 the count here to Green. Quinonez off at third, Sally at second, Harrington at first, all reaching on infield hits. Paz falls behind. We mentioned her ERA. It is not easy to score against her. Not easy to get a hit. Finish the regular season in the MEAC with the best batting average against, opponents hitting only 149 against her. Nowhere to put Green though. Battles back and the count runs full.
You know, one thing that Paz really doesn't do, she doesn't walk. She only has 7 walks in 53 in the third inning, so she likes to get the ball put in play.
Certainly does, and going to try and force Green to do that here, or better yet for Paz, a strikeout. Payoff. Low ball 4, and Howard takes the lead on a bases-loaded walk from the 9-hitter, Jade Green.
You know, and it wasn't even a competitive, like on 3-2 you want to keep it competitive, especially with the 9-hitter. That's probably one thing that Larry Heinlein is Chapter Straw is walks, but then walks to the bottom of the order as well.
A rare walk issued by Paz, and now you go to the dangerous Camille Navarro. Designated player 1 for 2. And the toughest hitter to strike out in the nation. We talked about Paz not walking many batters. Navarro has struck out only twice all season long.
And she has 14 doubles and 7 triples. So she can flat out fly.
Hits this up the middle, and that's going to cause some damage. 1 run scores. The throw home late, a 2-run single for Navarro, and the Bison take a 3-0 lead in the 4th.
This Howard team has 9 hits in 4 innings, and like Coach said, they have nothing to lose. They're out here and they're just saying that we're going to take this pitch by pitch, anybody in. That's what she said. You can't win a doubleheader without matriculating through these innings, and you may have another pitching change.
What an effort here by the Bison's offense. 3 infield singles, a walk, and then a 2-run single back up the middle. We've seen that all game long. And it's Camille Navarro with a 2-run single to give the Bison a larger lead, and we will, in fact, see a pitching change. Melissa Paz's afternoon here in Game 1 comes to a close. We'll be back. Don't go anywhere. The Bison leading by 3 in the MEAC Championship softball game.
Diverse. The dictionary defines it as showing a great deal of variety. Here in Hampton Roads, we are diverse. So whether you drive your own car, ride a bike, or use one of Hampton Roads Transit's many modes of transportation, it fits within our lifestyle. And while you may never ride Hampton Roads Transit, chances are you depend on someone who does. Help us connect Hampton Roads.
Morgan State making a pitching change. Emily Rawbuck now in. The lefty gets a first pitch bunt off the bat of Ricks, and that is a huge first out here for the Lady Bears.
They put Rawbuck from the fire to the hot grease right there, because, you know, you get that out. But now here comes Delita Dennis with 45 RBI. Alyssa Vasquez, 46 RBI. Let's see how this left-hander adjusts.
That brings up Dennis, the left fielder, 1 for 2 with a single. 3 runs across here in the 4th.
All against Paz, who coming into this had only allowed 2 earned runs in 32 MEAC innings, and she didn't get a single out. 5 batters, 3 infield hits, a walk, and then a lace single up the middle, and she got chased.
This Bison team playing with a lot of confidence. 3 runs on 9 hits already, trying to force a winner-take-all Game 2 later this afternoon. Rawbuck, a sophomore from Michigan. As this pitch laced into center field, stopping at third. Green, bases loaded. Now the throw gets away and a run comes home.
I mean, you have to block that up. You have to do everything. There's not a play being made to the plate. You have to do everything you can to keep that ball from squirting away. It wasn't, the throw was up the line some, but I don't know if it was a throw that could not have been smothered.
See, offline from the cutoff, and the catcher, Nunez, unable to keep it in front. Heads up base running by Jade Green, who drew the game's first run with that RBI bases loaded walk. And Howard still rolling here, just 1 out, and the cleanup hitter, Alyssa Vasquez, the catcher up. Bison looking to force this Game 2, and man, we talked about the game being moved back and forth, some surprises in the circle for Morgan State. Add this to the list of surprises. Pitch down the right field line, but a good play by Yule. They go home with the throw, and she's safe. Navarro eludes the tag. 5-0 Bison.
I like to see that on the replay.
Yule with the great read and a heads-up play, but man, that was close.
I mean, that was a great play by Yule, a good throw. She even touched the plate.
No fight from Nunez, the catcher, either for Morgan State. So a 5 spot here in the top of the 4th for the Bison.
And we talked about pitching and defense. Morgan State came into this game 4th. I mean, the top fielding team in the MEAC. They had 2 errors just this inning.
Certainly has shifted the storylines. As we mentioned, we were wondering how Howard's defense would play in a big championship game. They've been stellar. And Howard capitalizing on a couple of throwing errors here by the Lady Bears. Now it's Zaria Simmons, the first baseman. She's 0 for 2 today. She is the 9th hitter to come to the plate here in the top of the 4th.
She's one of only 2 Howard hitters that don't have a hit today. She and Leilani Ricks are the only 2 batters in this order without a hit. So
6 through 9 hitters really getting it done as well. Quinones, Sally, and Harrington each with a hit. Green with that walk. Bounce over to second, Ewell flips, and that ends the inning. But what an inning it was for the Bison. They send 9 hitters to the plate, score 5 runs, and they lead here in Game 1 of the championship in the MEAC.
Here, we educate tomorrow's leaders today. The Howard Experience allows students to engage in self-exploration through sports, music, dance, and debate. A journey towards excellence in leadership for America and the global community. This is the Howard Experience.
This is where the formula ends and the magic begins. We take the mold, shake the mold, and break the mold. From late nights in the gym to later nights in the library, we grind. Because if you think greatness is a game, think again. Here, nothing shines unless we all do.
Bottom of the 4th, Howard hanging a crooked spot on the board in the top half of this inning. 9 hitters to the plate, 5 runs across, highlighted by an RBI bases loaded walk from Jade Green and the 2-run single from Navarro. And now, Annalise De La Roca, Amir, who we talked about keeping this Lady Bears offense off balance, has quite the cushion to work with.
You get a 5 spot and you're taking a no-hitter through 3, and you have to have all the confidence in the world. The question is, what is Larry Highline's message to his team? They seem flat. They're not there, it almost feels like.
They're trying to figure out the riddle that is De La Roca, especially with her off speed. Begins the at-bat to Russo with the strike. Part of the order due up for the Lady Bears, Russo, Nunez, and Paz. Third baseman for Morgan State drew a walk in the 1st. The Bears had runners at 1st and 2nd, or excuse me, at 2nd in the 1st. They had a runner at 1st in the 3rd, and that's it. A walk and a hit by pitch. You mentioned the no hits. She has done a fantastic job keeping this Morgan State offense at bay.
And both of those came with 2 outs. So she's not getting any traffic early.
New Mexico State transfer. Delivers the 1-1. That misses out.
We talk about the things that Morgan wants to do offensively. Get on base and cause havoc. Well, they have to get on base first. And when they did get on bases with 2 outs, so this is a huge batter. A 2-1, and see if she can break the cycle.
It certainly is, especially with the heart of your order due up for the Lady Bears. 2-1, and that's a lace putt, grabbing it at short, Harrington.
That's probably the most solid of contact Morgan has had all day, though.
I agree. We've seen a lot of pop-ups, not even get past the circle. A couple of ground outs, but that is certainly the first time that we've seen a Morgan State hitter barrel a ball off of De La Roca. And it just results in a loud out number 1 here in the bottom of the inning. Here's Nunez, the catcher. Pokes this one to right, but playable. Sally there for out number 2.
Nunez choked way up on that. I was looking at her hands. I was wondering if she was going to go to a bunt. She was so choked up. But, you know, she went the other way. Let the ball travel deep. You look at that and go the other way. Maybe that is they're starting to have a new goal against De La Roca.
De La Roca retiring now 9 of her last 10 batters faced. And out away from cruising through the middle of the lineup for Morgan State. Base is empty, 2 down. As the Paz takes a strike. Check out, this is Emily Rubach, the pitcher. Only 2 at-bats on the year. Tries a blue bunt in the shallow center, and she just gets it past Ricks.
So there's 2 players on this team that did not have a hit. Rubach, who was 0 for 2, and then Anissa Doris, who is 0 for 4. Rubach is known as a pitcher. She comes in, and lo and behold, she gets the first hit of the game for the Morgan State Bears.
Down to plate number 13, Leah.
Struck out in the other 2 at-bats, so trying to get a 2-out magic rally going here. She came in for Paz. Here is Yule, big-time hit, big-time spot. Trying to get her team going here, down by 5 in the championship.
But once again, it's 2 outs. So Morgan State has had a runner in 3 of the 4 innings. All have been with 2 outs.
2-out walk in the first, a 2-out hit by pitch in the third, and now that hit from the pitcher for Morgan State in Raubuck. And these innings for De La Roca, Amir, they're not stressful because of that. You mentioned, okay, yeah, she's getting a 2-out base runner here and there, and you don't want that to come back to haunt you, but she has been calm, cool, and collected out there.
She's thrown 40 stress-free pitches, to be completely honest. You know, had a runner, I think they've had 1 runner in scoring position all day. They haven't got any good swing. They have 1 good swing on her, so she's cruising.
She is. Aaliyah Yule trying to get something going. 0 for 1 here in this game 1. Now we're trying to force that decisive game 2 after this contest. Big pitch there again. And what's also impressive for De La Roca, she hasn't struck out a batter yet. But with swings like this, you're questioning how, and it's because she's been able to get weak contact.
Yeah, they're staying out in front and they're just flinging the bat just so they don't miss.
Can she get her first punch out here? It's a slow roller hit to second. Ricks is there, plenty of time, and that ends the inning. So for the 3rd time in 4 frames, De La Roca allows a 2-out runner, but nothing more. Morgan State does not have an answer for the Bison starter. We head to the top of the 5th next. It's the Bison up by 5.
Behold has a special meaning at Norfolk State University. It exemplifies knowledge, hard work, perseverance, and striving towards success. Since 1935, Spartans have walked these grounds ready to take on the challenges of the times, transform lives, and realize dreams. We are a state-of-the-art institution, preparing students to take on the modern world with innovative coursework, experiential learning, and cutting-edge degrees. As NSU celebrates its 85th year, the green and gold tradition continues.
All right, here we go. Miller in motion. Wait, is that a baby on the field?
It looks like it, Craig.
And the defensive linemen are playing peekaboo. I've never seen anything like that before.
Harris now appears to be burping the baby.
That's a great moment right there.
Ref going to the rule book here.
Well, wait a minute. Harris is off to the races.
We don't need any more trick plays.
Touchdown!
But we could all use more ways to save.
Are you kidding me?
It's going to be a long bus ride home for the defense.
Switch to Geico for more ways to save.
Top of the 5th inning, a 5-run lead for Howard thanks to that 5-run 4th inning. Annalise De La Roca has been cruising in the circle for the Bison, the number 2 seed in the tournament, looking to take down the top-seeded Morgan State Lady Bears. Force a winner-take-all game 2. A little bit after this one here on the campus of NSU. Corey Naito alongside Amir Rashid. Thanks for making us a part of your late afternoon. This has been a fun one, more so for Bison fans, but you can't count out this Morgan State team.
Yeah, Morgan State, they're number 1 seed for a reason. You know, they're battle tested. They went through this tournament last year to bring home a MEAC championship. You have to believe that this team is not going to go down without a fight.
Now batting number 34, Peyton Quinones.
Bison would love to add some more runs to the Howard lead. 1 for 2 with a single and a run scored back in that 4th. Quinones from California, a freshman, came into this championship game 3 for 7. One of those 3 hits that walk-off single yesterday in the bottom of the 7th against NSU to earn the trip to fight for the title here today. He's went over to 3rd, and Russo with a cannon.
You know, we talk about Paz, we talked about Anaya Hunt, we talked about Victoria Fletcher. We may have overlooked Emily Rubber because of her lack of innings, but she's came in, she's a left-hander, and she's kind of calmed the situation down. She got a pop-up, but I feel that now it's ground out. So we can see if she can keep this Howard offense right where they are and give her team enough time to come back.
Quickly gets 2 outs here. Sally popping up the first pitch. So after that marathon 4th inning where Howard sent 9 hitters to the plate, Rubach now trying to toss a 1-2-3 5th. You mentioned haven't really seen much of her last appearance April 20th against Ryder, but you mentioned the ERA 1.32, pretty solid. Trying to keep that 5-run deficit and see if her offense could try and chip away here.
Yeah, you know, that's what you want to do when you bring another arm out the bullpen, and she came in and quieted the situation. So the question is, can the Morgan State offense do anything against De La Roca?
They have had their fair share of trouble against the Bison hurler. Meanwhile, the Howard offense not having much trouble, facing their 3rd pitcher of the game now, 5 runs on 10 hits. Harrington with 1 of those knocks, part of a string of 3 consecutive infield hits to load him up. Ahead of the count now here, 3-0, and this lower third of the lineup certainly a story as well for the Bison. If Harrington gets on base here, she'll be on the bases for a 3rd time. The number 9 hitter Green on deck, singled in the 2nd, and of course drew that RBI bases loaded walk in the 4th. 2-out base runner for the Bison.
You know, she showed bunt and almost threw Rubach off. Every pitch she threw there was high and away. We'll see if Green employs the same strategy.
And Green has had a fantastic game in the 9-hole. We just mentioned a single and that walk to start that scoring for the Bison. Coach Tori Tyson really raved about Green's ability to turn the lineup card over. She certainly has done that.
She definitely showed bump this time. Rubach got that pitch right in for her opening strike.
Green has a lot of athleticism as well and fearless. Haven't seen much of her defensively at 3rd today, but really hasn't been a need because De La Roca has been fantastic in the circle. Doesn't have a strikeout, but has only allowed 1 hit, a blooper last inning. She has held this Lady Bear squad to just one hit. Meanwhile, Bison looking to add more, already with 10. Pitch is high, throw from the knees on target, but the tag late, a stolen base for the Bison and Maxie Harrington. Harrington's second swipe bag of the season, so certainly not known to run, but got a good jump.
She got a good jump, and the throw was just a little high. But we are 2 outs deep into the top of the 5th inning, and neither team has struck out.
It's impressive, these two teams, we talked about it offensively. Howard, one of the best offenses in the MEAC. Morgan State there as well, and head coach Larry Heinlein told us earlier in the week that he really believes that his offense is turning the corner. Mentioned the offensive explosion they've had here this week. Chop to third, Russo's been busy. Tires her counterpart Green, and that ends the top of the 5th inning. No runs, no hits, no errors, and a runner left. We hit the bottom of the 5th. Bison leading by 5 here on the MEAC Digital Network.
The day the world stopped was the day we found where to go. From now on, we're not going to leave anything on our plates because we've learned to savor the moments that were always there, and they never tasted this good.
When you're part of something bigger than yourself, it feels like all you ever do is win, win, win. And when that something is an HBCU, you know you can't help but win, win, win. So, as proud supporters of HBCU programs, we just can't lose.
Bottom of the 5th, Howard leading by 5, and in large part due to a big 4th inning, obviously, but because of Annalise De La Roca in the circle, only 1 hit allowed, Amir, and she's been very economical. 44 pitches to this point.
That's like 11 pitches an inning. You get 3 outs in 11 pitches. You can throw for 15, 16 innings at this rate. She's living in the strike zone, and she's keeping the Morgan hitters off balance. They're not getting any good contact off any of her pitches.
30 of those 44 in for strikes. Victoria Fletcher, who started the game in the circle, now at first, will lead things off. She's 0 for 1 with a pop-out. Makes the first pitch strike. The lower third of the lineup due up here for Morgan State. Fletcher, Sweely, and Delph, 7, 8, 9. Sweezy, excuse me.
They're playing her all the way to pull.
Pulls it, but foul. And I've noticed as well, as the pitch is about to be delivered, the outfield for Howard has been shifting to the pull side for certain hitters. And they have been really going back and forth, but you're right. Quinonez basically playing left field, and Dennis out in left hugging the line.
There is a huge gap straight up the middle.
There's nobody in center.
Right. And your right fielder is in right center. So from left center to right center, there's nobody there.
Can Fletcher place one there? Become the first leadoff runner for Morgan State in this game. Out in front. De La Roca, so impressive. Coach Tyson saying, honestly, she doesn't think that they've seen the best of De La Roca this season. She might be putting in her best appearance of the season in one of the biggest games of her career.
This is a New Mexico State transfer still. I mean, there's no other way around it.
Looking for her first strikeout. Doesn't get it, but gets a slow tapper to third. Green, quick like lightning over there. played a solid third base yesterday. Coach Tyson said we're going to stick with it.
The ball hit right into the shift.
Now to play number 2.
Howard calculating that the swings, they're so out in front, they're just going to pull it to the left side. Great calculation so far by Tori Tyson and the Bison. Tyson said it's really hard to be a head coach. She was a pitching coach prior to taking the head coach job here at Howard. She said that she's not really there for her pitchers for all the emotional support that pitchers need on a day-to-day basis. She says she has been really glad to have the coaching staff she has, and right now her Bison certainly glad to have a 5-0 lead here at the bottom of the 5th. Weezy the batter, 0 for 1. She popped up to De La Roca.
I'm just amazed at this defensive alignment. If you hit the ball between the Spartan and the Pride and straightaway center field, that ball is going to roll all the way to the wall because there's no one there.
Bison basically daring Morgan State to do just that.
Hit the ball at the middle. So Howard is daring Morgan to do what they have been doing, because Howard is taking the ball up the middle all game long, and now they're daring Morgan to see if they can do the same.
De La Roca dealing. Only allowed 1 hit. That came last inning. Here's the pitch. Roller to second. Rick's there. Plenty of time for out number 2. We mentioned no strikeouts for De La Roca, but the defense behind her really bouncing back nicely as well. We talked about how they were struggling a little bit behind De La Roca in her last outing, and now they have really played clean defense so far. They're averaging almost 4 errors a game in their 3 tournament games this year.
It's easy to field balls that are just rolled to you. Like these balls, they haven't had a hard hit ball at anyone.
Dell trying to bunt her way on again. Vasquez unable to get the throw. She got cut off by a couple of her teammates. And another 2-out runner here for Morgan State.
Eventually, they may be able to build some damage out of this, but hey, the way De La Roca is going, it's not going to drop in the bucket. Oh, I got a 2-out runner on first. Let's go attack the next batter.
4th time this game, the Lady Bears have had a runner on with 2 outs. They've been only able to push said runner up to second once. It was back in the opening inning. Russo walked and advanced to second.
Morgan State is 0 for 3 of runners on base.
First pitch. Inside to Asia Thomas, the center fielder. She is a solid player for the Lady Bears. 0 for 1 in this game. A fly out to center and was hit by a pitch in the 3rd.
So now one time after getting a 2-out hit or a 2-out runner has Morgan made it get a hit to create anything.
1-0 is popped up shallow right. Sally cruises in, makes the grab. And for another inning, Annalise De La Roca strands a 2-out base runner. No runs, a hit, no errors, and the runner left. We head to the 6th. Howard up by 5 in the MEAC championship game.
Diverse. The dictionary defines it as showing a great deal of variety. Here in Hampton Roads, we are diverse. So whether you drive your own car, ride a bike, or use one of Hampton Roads Transit's many modes of transportation, it fits within our lifestyle. And while you may never ride Hampton Roads Transit, chances are you depend on someone who does. Help us connect Hampton Roads.
Top of the 6th inning, Howard looking to add a little bit more perhaps against the top-seeded Morgan State and force a winner-take-all Game 2 contest following this Game 1. Morgan State, if they able to come back and win, they would win back-to-back MEAC titles, but right now it's been all Bison.
Yeah, and it's only been really one inning. We talked earlier about how Howard was putting people on base and they just couldn't get the big hit. Well, they had a huge walk and then a big hit in that 5-run 5th inning.
Speaking of that big hit, it came off the bat of Navarro, the batter at the plate for the Bison. That 2-out RBI line drive up the middle. She's 2 for 3 in the leadoff spot. Your typical table setter.
And that was a 5-run 4th inning, in my correction.
Oh, one is chopped to short. Delph gloves, throws. Delph, one of the best defensively here in the MEAC. Head coach Larry Highline had raved about her defensively. Nice hop here and able to stay down. Retires her. Navarro, one of the toughest hitters to retire by way of the K, but in this game, she's 2 for 4.
Pinch hitting for Howard, number 18.
Pinch hitter now.
Madison Harris.
It's Madison Harris, the freshman from Louisiana.
She's hitting 125. She has 4 hits and 32 at-bats. This would be the 31st game she has appeared in.
So Tori Tyson going to her bench here with the freshman. First pitch, in for a strike.
She did have a bat in the Morgan State game in the first game of the tournament. She just went 0 for 1 in that game.
She's pinch hitting for Ricks, who went 0 for 3 in the 2-hole. One out here in the top of the 6th inning, a 5-run 4th inning. One of the 2 differences in the game, the other difference being Annalise De La Roca just dazzling in the circle for the Bison. Holding Morgan State to just 2 hits. Harris rips one into left field, and the pinch hit appearance pays off. A 1-out single for Howard.
Coach Tori Tyson is pulling all the right strings right now, isn't she?
And that just gives Harris and the rest of the Bison some more confidence. She waits back and able to rip it into left field. 1-out base runner as they look to add some insurance.
And Ricks is back in the game to run.
Tyson utilizing her team to the best of her ability. Spent time at Bethune-Cookman, Cal State Fullerton, and Maryland before taking the head coach position here at Howard. Kalita Dennis, the left fielder, will be at bat. She's 2 for 3 with a couple of singles.
For the Bison, number 20, Kalita Dennis.
Dennis has been strong all year here for Howard. A true gamer and just loves being a softball player, Tyson told us.
Yeah, I would love being a softball player too if I was hitting 350 with 50 RBIs.
She's having a fantastic year. Came into the championship game 5 for 11 in the tournament with a homer and 5 RBI. Hits this one sharp to short. Delph flips to second, the relay to first, not in time.
That was almost a spectacular play by the second baseman, Duel. I think if she doesn't slip on the back, she has a chance to turn this play. Good stop right there, and then she just slips.
She slips, and because of how hard Dennis hit that ball too, I mean, that got to Delph in a hurry, and you're right. If Duel was able to keep her footing, it could have been a double play and gotten the Lady Bears out of this inning.
Plate, number 13, Alyssa Vasquez.
Instead, you have to deal with the Bison cleanup hitter, Alyssa Vasquez. Has a single in the first, ground out in the third, and then a sac fly in the fourth in foul territory. Mentioned Howard with heroics here this tournament. Vasquez coming up big with a 2-run homer in the Morgan State game to try and get them close. Vasquez has been impressive to say the least. Here though, pops it up to right. And that ends the inning. No runs, a hit, no errors, and a runner left. We go to the bottom of the 6th. Morgan State trying to rally to win back-to-back titles here in the MEAC.
Here, we educate tomorrow's leaders today. The Howard Experience allows students to engage in self-exploration through sports, music, dance, and debate. A journey towards excellence in leadership for America and the global community. This is the Howard Experience.
This is where the formula ends and the magic begins. We take the mold, shake the mold, and break the mold. From late nights in the gym to later nights in the library, we grind. Because if you think greatness is a game, think again. Here, nothing shines unless we all do.
Games. We're back here, bottom of the 6th inning. 5-0 lead for Howard thanks to that 5-run 4th inning. They sent 9 batters to the plate, and Annalise De La Roca has protected that lead with ease. Has scattered 2 hits and has left runners on the bases with 2 outs in multiple innings, and she is cruising against this Lady Bear offense. Comes in one of the top teams offensively and the best team in the MEAC with 31 wins on the year overall. Ewell, the leadoff batter here to begin things in the inning. Second baseman 0 for 2 with a ground out and a pop out.
De La Roca is using all of her pitches. And she's staying consistently around the plate, whether there's balls or strikes, but her changeup and everything is just so tantalizing that the Morgan State team is just out here wailing away.
Pitch on the outside corner. Ewell, 5 for 7 in this tournament coming into the championship game. Second team all-conference selection. Extremely fast out of the box. Bounces one off the glove of the first baseman Simmons. And Morgan State has a runner aboard to lead off the 6th.
The first hard hit ball, and now you have an error.
And she was able to get a good piece of it. Simmons unable to keep it in her glove, and with Ewell's speed, there's no chance to regather.
So the first time today, Morgan State has a runner on base with less than 2 outs.
There is Taven Russo, the third baseman. 0 for 1 with a walk. First pitch. Outside corner.
And the other thing I've seen, the last 2 batters have both gone to the right side of the field. Seems like they're starting to get a little bit patient and going the other way, at least trying.
Gave Ewell a single. Official score. So the third hit allowed by De La Roca. She's not bothered by it. Ahead in the count to Russo. 0-2. De La Roca looking to turn in arguably her best start of the entire season. Shot softly, foul.
Maybe they felt because the first baseman had it go, even she feels that cleanly, she doesn't get Mia Yule. The pitcher wasn't covering it. At that point, it was a foot race. Said 9 times out of 10, I'm putting my money on Mia Yule.
Absolutely. Morgan State running out of outs here to try and avoid a winner-take-all game 2 following the conclusion of this one. Howard looking for its first title since 2007. 0-2, snap throw down to first. It gets into right field, backing up Sally.
Even if she was out, we had obstruction. The umpire had the obstruction call right immediately. So time. Mia Yule felt the brunt of running into the first baseman right there, Simmons. So we're gonna take a break and give her a time to take a deep breath there.
There is Larry Heinlein in his 7th season, going to check on one of his star players in Mia Yule. Taking another look here. Strong throw from Vasquez, not afraid to put it down. Short hopped in the collision right there.
I mean, it was a good thought because Mia Yule's momentum was going towards second base, and a good snap throw, and she's out.
Yeah,
well, potentially could be out.
Looked good out of the hand, but then you can see it bounce in front of Simmons at first. Unable to get fully behind it, Vasquez. Yule seems to be okay. And we resume with the ball and 2 strikes to Russo. Morgan State with 6 outs to work with to try and score at least 5. Pitch gets past Vasquez and up to second, Yule. Runner in scoring position here for the Lady Bears for the first time since the first inning. That was with 2 outs. Russo was off at second. Now she's at the plate.
I really wish we could see the bullpen right now. It looks like some action down there, maybe. She's only at 57 pitches.
2-2. Flips out of her hand. Not happy with that. Taylor Roca has not been in a true jam all game long. Payoff pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Huge punch out for De La Roca, and it's her first of the game.
It's the first strikeout by any pitcher today, and it comes in a critical situation. And changeup, it's either a changeup or a drop ball, and it's a great pitch.
Certainly is.
I mean, that was in the middle of the plate, right at the knee, and just fell off the table.
Now batting number 23, Madison Nunez.
So here is Nunez, the catcher, 0 for 2. De La Roca only allowed an earned run in 8 1/3 innings in the regular season against Morgan State. Trying to keep it scoreless here through 6.
I mean, she's only allowed. So if you add the tournament, it's 2 earned runs and 13 2/3 innings.
Pretty darn good.
With 7 strikeouts and 10 walks. And the other thing, she's only walked 1 batter. In the regular season, she went 8 1/3 and she walked 8 batters. She's only walked 1 person in a 5 1/3.
The walk in that first inning, a hit by pitch in the 3rd, and a single in each of the 4th, 5th, and 6th. But no Lady Bear has touched home plate yet.
Right now, Morgan State is 0 for 5 with runners on base and 0 for 2 with runners on scoring position. So, De La Roca has been inflappable even with runners on base.
She She has been fun to watch in the circle for sure. Trying to force a winner-take-all in Game 2. Put the pressure on Morgan State, who already won last year. As Amir mentioned, already has gone through this tournament. 1-2 is popped up, shallow left center, coming in and making the run and grab. Peyton Quinones.
You know, as she started out in left center field on that and just came in, they're just not getting anything. There's no solid contact. They can't wait to take. They can't wait to just lunging.
Nice ranging play by Quinones. And you're right, all the air outs are just lazy pop-ups to the outfield or hit right back to De La Roca, or even Vasquez has corralled a couple behind the plate. The hardest hit ball still is Russo's line drive in the 4th. That was snagged by Harrington up the middle. Here's Rawbuck. A bloop single in the 4th. It stayed in the infield. He's the 3rd pitcher used for Morgan State. Fletcher started. Paz came in, didn't get a out, which is a big story. Coming into this one, top 5 in the country in ERA, and the Bison able to hang 5 up in that 4th inning when Paz was pitching.
That more than doubled the total number of earned runs she's given up all year. She came in and allowed 4 runs over 53 innings. They bring her in the 4th and she gives up 5 runs without getting an out.
Only lasted that inning, 5 runs on the 4 hits, 3 charged to her. A couple of errors also didn't help her cause. 1-1. Just missed. Seems like that pitch just floats in the air. It almost looks like it can stop in midair. Obviously it can't, but it just comes in so slow. Morgan State just having a really hard time just trying to stay back on it.
It's like an Ephus.
Great analogy. Don't see that pitch too often.
The De La Roca Ephus.
2-1. Sliced into right. Sally is under it and makes the catch for the final out of the inning. So a leadoff single by Ewell. She moves to second on a wild pitch, but nothing more for Morgan State. Annalise De La Roca having herself an outing. We head to the the top of the 7th next. 5-0 Howard.
For more than 150 years, Morgan State University has positioned its graduates to grow the future and lead the world. Morgan students receive a world-class education, engage in meaningful research, and uplift their communities. Over 126 programs conveniently available online or on Morgan's beautiful campus. Designated a national treasure, there's something for everyone. Pursue your purpose, progress in your passions, achieve the promise of career fulfillment. Your Morgan experience awaits. Choose Morgan.
Behold has a special meaning at Norfolk State University. It exemplifies knowledge, hard work, perseverance, and striving towards success. Since 1935, Spartans have walked these grounds ready to take on the challenges of the times, transform lives, and realize dreams. We are a state-of-the-art institution, preparing students to take on the modern world with innovative coursework, experiential learning, and cutting-edge degrees. As NSU celebrates its 85th year, the green and gold tradition continues.
Final inning here in Game 1 of the MEAC Championship. Howard leading by 5 and looking to play a second game with winner-take-all implications for the MEAC title here in 2022. Corey Naito alongside Amir Rashid. De La Roca, we have talked about her a lot. Why not? She has been fantastic in the circle for the Bison. And that 5-run 4th inning, the difference here offensively between the two teams. Zaria Simmons, the first baseman, will lead things off here for Howard.
And the thing just about it is where that 4-run inning came against. Right to the cameraman.
Got our cameras protected here at NSU. But you're right, the 5 runs going up against Melissa Paz, top 5 in the country in ERA, leading the MEAC in ERA, batting average against. Hitters only hitting 149 against her. And the lower third of the lineup getting it done for Howard. Setting the table. Jade Green drawing the bases loaded walk to make it 1-0, and then Navarro finished, or capitalized, I should say, with a 2-run single in the 4th.
And I think the biggest part is those first 3 hits didn't even leave the infield.
Popped up. Russo is there.
Like, those first 3 hits didn't get past the bag, let alone out the infield.
And you said it doesn't matter how hard you hit it. Looks like a line drive in the box score, but certainly frustrating for Paz. Able to get weak contact. But Howard able to capitalize for that explosion in the 4th. Here is Quinones. Center fielder, 1 for 3, and made a nice running grab last inning. Picks up her 2nd hit of the game. So runner at first here, 1 out in the top of the 7th inning.
Looks like we're gonna have a pitch hitter, Shaylin McNeil.
And hitting for Howard, number 23, Shaylin McNeil.
McNeil, an excellent center fielder, according to head coach Torrey Tyson. Has seen Morgan State pitching very well this year. Getting McNeil a pinch hit opportunity here. We saw Harris come up off the bench and able to get a single. McNeil, a freshman from Lima, Ohio.
So this could be the chance of she's seeing the ball well, she's hit, but she's not getting results because she is 1 for 6 against Morgan State. So, you know, freshman from my neck of the woods in Lima, Ohio. You know, we like those Buckeyes. Some good softball played in Ohio.
Absolutely. She's hitting for Sally, who went 2 for 3 with a couple of singles, a run scored. Runner at first. Pitch is slapped to third. Russo has been busy. 2nd for 1, on to first, not in time.
Oh, Mia Ewell got clipped there at second base. She's limping. That could be a huge development as we're looking to get into a 2nd game here too.
Ewell, one of the better players for this Morgan State team.
Try to turn the double play, and she almost got rolled up on.
She was also in that collision over at first on the snap throw. She is in some pain. You could hear her crying. I mean, so we will take a quick break here. Ewell certainly hurt, and we will step aside here. Top of the 7th, Howard up by 5 here in the championship game in the MEAC.
All right, here we go. Miller in motion. Wait, is that a baby on the field?
It looks like it, Craig.
And the defensive linemen are playing peekaboo. I've never seen anything like that before.
Harris now appears to be burping the baby.
That's a great moment right there.
Ref going to the rule book here.
Well, wait a minute. Harris is off to the races.
We don't need any more trick plays.
Touchdown!
But we could all use more ways to save.
Are you kidding me?
That's got to be a long bus ride home for the defense.
Switch to Geico for more ways to save.
The day the world stopped was the day we found where to go. From now on, we're not going to leave anything on our plates because we've learned to savor the moments that were always there, and they never tasted this good.
When you're part of something bigger than yourself, it feels like all you ever do is win, win, win. And when that something is an HBCU, you know you can't help but win. So, as proud supporters of HBCU programs, we just can't lose.
Mia Ewell being helped off the field, the second baseman for Morgan State. A tough blow to a fantastic player, only a sophomore from Portland, Oregon, in some serious pain. A second-team all-conference selection this year. A really key batter and player for this Morgan State team, and she's going to be out for this game and most likely game 2 if Howard's able to hold on here. Top of the 7th, a runner at first.
And replacing her is going to be Sarah Tuzitsky. This is going to be her 18th appearance.
Now at second base,
this is also a pitcher.
Number 32, Sarah Tuzitsky.
This is Coppin. So 18 times, and 13 of them are probably in the field. 5 of them are as a pitcher. So if you talk about offensively, she's hitting 167. You take Mia Ewell out of this lineup, you're the best hitter. You replace her with someone hitting 167. Going into a critical second game, that could be a tough loss here in the top of the 7th inning.
It certainly can. Ewell hitting north of 300 in the regular season. It was 5 for 7 in the first 2 games of this MEAC tournament. So play resumes. Maxie Harrington, the shortstop, at the plate with a runner at first. 2 down here on the top of the 7th. Howard with a 5-run 4th inning. They would love to add some insurance, but the way De La Roca has been pitching in the circle, that 5 spot may be plenty. Pitch is roped, but what a grab by Russo. Heck of a play.
That saved the run.
And Howard, no luck. A hot shot off the bat of Harrington. Morgan State trying to rally, down by 5 here in the championship.
The dictionary defines it as showing a great deal of variety. Here in Hampton Roads, we are diverse. So whether you drive your own car, ride a bike, or use one of Hampton Roads Transit's many modes of transportation, it fits within our lifestyle. And while you may never ride Hampton Roads Transit, chances are you depend on someone who does. Help us connect Hampton Roads.
Bottom of the 7th inning, last chance for Morgan State to try and rally and avoid a winner-take-all game 2 later this afternoon here in Norfolk, Virginia. Howard leading by 5. Annalise De La Roca looking to go the distance. And Amir, she has just been phenomenal here in the circle.
I mean, she's faced 21 batters. She's given up 3 hits. And none of the hardest hit ball was an out. So she's been able to keep them off balance, and she's changed her eye level. She's changed speeds with effectiveness, and she's 3 outs from probably her best performance of the year.
Absolutely, and this is a Morgan State offense at middle of the pack in the MEAC, but again, putting up some serious numbers offensively in the 2 games against NC Central and put up 12 runs against this Howard team the other day.
I mean, this would be just her second complete game shutout, and her first one was a 5-inning performance against South Carolina State.
La Roca delivers a pitch outside to Aaliyah Ewell, who has to try and stay focused after seeing her sister leave this game with what appears to be a pretty serious injury, the way that she was in pain and agonizing.
Yeah, you never want to speculate. I would just say it's a lower leg injury.
No in for a strike. So Yule, the right fielder, 0 for 2 with a pop-up and ground out.
And she was not happy about that strike call. And I don't think anyone wearing orange or blue liked that call either.
It has been a tough game for Morgan State. Only 3 hits off of De La Roca. One. Lady Bears obviously need base runners. You can't get 5 back in one swing. But De La Roca has really limited the damage. We talked about it. A handful of 2-out runners. Morgan State getting their first leadoff runner aboard last inning. Howard looking to put the pressure on and force that game 2 for all the marbles. Nothing better than a winner-take-all in sports, in my opinion.
You know, the best 2 words in sports, game 7.
Yep.
So this is not quite game 7, but you're right, winner take all. And that's when the pressure gets ramped up because, you know, in conferences like the MEAC, this isn't where both teams are going. This is a one-bid league, and the winner is going to the NCAA championship, and the loser's going home.
2-2, called strike 3.
Filthy. Flat out filthy. That pitch locked her up, and it was just beautiful.
Here's another look. What do you do with that if you're Yule? I mean, besides take it, I mean,
try to get a piece of it and foul it off.
She was just completely frozen, as you mentioned. Only the 2nd strikeout for De La Roca, but she has relied on her defense and that soft contact all game long. Pitch to Fletcher. He's away. She is 0 for 2 today. Howard 2 outs away from a victory. Their 4th game of the tournament. Morgan State's 3rd.
I mean, De La Roca is unflappable. She's not letting the calls that go her way get her too excited. She's not letting the calls that don't go her way get her too down. She's taking the ball, throwing the rubber, and throwing her pitch.
She has been in a great rhythm all game long. Only the 3 hits allowed. Another swing out in front. Fletcher able to get a piece, but it's foul. And her teammates know. They want to give her a little extra boost. Bison 2 outs away from what would be considered a bit of an upset win here over the top seed. I know Howard, the number 2 seed, and Hot coming in as well. 2 of the best teams in the MEAC.
Yeah, I hate to define that as an upset, you know, because Howard, they actually won the series. They won a season series. They took 2 out of 3 in the regular season, and if not, they probably believe if not for the 5 errors in that tournament game, they're right there as well. So
I would agree. De La Roca has been marvelous. Only 80 pitches thrown. He has been economical, living around the plate. There's the 1-2. Called strike 3. Fletcher thought she took ball 2 instead. Back-to-back K's looking here in the bottom of the 7th.
Let's see here. Yeah, you know, right on the plate. You know, if it hits white, it's a strike. And that man caught the top part of that plate, and it's a great call. He came hard in, and you know, that was probably a setup pitch. Go hard in and then go soft away, and she had to strike out on the hard end. And with her 81 pitches, how is it going to be in play for her to maybe come back into the next game too?
Absolutely. What would Tori Tyson do? Do you roll her back out, or do you have her take a breather and come in relief? Certainly can be the situation if Morgan State can't rally here. They're down to its final out with Kayla Sweezy.
Less than 100 pitches, get like a 20-minute break, get her some water, and she may be ready to go.
Absolutely. You mentioned the pitch count low. Obviously, softball pitching less taxing than throwing a baseball. And again, the pitches too, we talk about economically, but no stress pitches. There's no high moments for De La Roca to really kind of feel the pressure in game one.
I don't think Morgan State has had a runner on third base today. They are 0 for 7 with a runner on base and 0 for 4 with runners in scoring position. De La Roca is cruising, no stress. It's like a summer ball game for her.
Starting to feel like a summer day out after we had the wet weather this morning. Sun has been peeking out here in Norfolk. Howard, an out away from forcing a second game. In about 30 minutes, as Amir mentioned. It won't be much longer after this. 2-1. And now the Lady Bears down to their final strike.
That may be the first player today that waited on that outside pitch and at least attempted to go the other way. She had good contact, it was just foul.
Howard looking for its 30th win of the season, something head coach Tori Tyson said would be quite the feat for this team. She mentioned some of the youngsters, 3 of her 4 infielders throughout the majority of this year have been freshmen. And it hits Sweezy.
She also talked about no pressure. The question now becomes, if they get to that second game, can they play free? Or will the pressure becomes now they've won it, now there's something at the end of that tunnel. So, once again, we got another 2-out runner.
That has been the common theme for Morgan State, but for the Lady Bears, they have just been unable to do anything with said runner. And now, Larry Heinlein going to his bench here to just try and keep this going any way possible down to the final out.
He's bringing his flex player in to run for the DP. So, Nia Lake will be in to run.
So Lake, who has primarily played defense all year, will be on the bases, and Delph, the shortstop, at the plate trying to keep this game alive for Morgan State.
She does have 8 stolen bases in 11 attempts.
Delph, just 3 hits given up by De La Roca. Simmons, the first baseman, even with the circle. Expecting a tapper here from Delph, perhaps. She has laid down a couple of bunts, one good for an infield single. Popped up. Out of play.
For a second straight batter, Morgan State's down to their last strike.
2-2 pitch got away from De La Roca to Sweezy, and De La Roca plunked the DP of Morgan State to keep this game alive for the top seed.
And it's important because if this runner gets on, now you're back to the top of the order.
Howard looking to force game 2 and Morgan State's 16-game winning streak.
That's a tough take.
Very.
That's a tough 0-2 take.
An off-speed pitch again that has given Morgan State so much trouble here at this game.
He's going to come hard in.
He got a strikeout with that pitch earlier. 1-2. And it's a roller foul. Heck of a play by Green, though.
why she's there.
Doesn't look like she just started playing over there at third base.
No, she's like she's been there all year long. She trusts her hands, she trusts her coaching, and she's just reacting and making plays.
And of course, filling in for the all-conference player a year ago, and Natalie Davila recently had knee surgery. Once again, Morgan State down to its final strike here in game one. The pitch. Just got a piece. As Amir mentioned, the leadoff hitter on deck, Asia Thomas, 0 for 2, was hit by a pitch.
And the biggest thing is Mia Ewell is after this. Mia Ewell's spot will be after that. So
the 1-2. Swing and a miss, strike 3, and we have a game 2 coming here in Norfolk.
Howard with a little taunt of see you later as they come out the dugout. Winner take off.
What a performance from Annalise De La Roca. A complete game shutout. We got word that game 2 will start at 5 o'clock here on the campus of NSU. What a performance from Howard. A 5-run 4th inning, the difference at the plate. And Annalise De La Roca with perhaps her biggest start of her career. Fantastic stuff from De La Roca, and we will take a break and bring you game 2 here on the MEAC Digital Network. Fantastic effort by Howard, and we will see you for game 2. Back on the campus of Norfolk State University, we have a winner-take-all contest on deck to decide who will be MEAC champion and go to the NCAA tournament. Good evening, Corey Naito alongside Amir Rashid. Amir, game one started off as a bit of a pitching duel. Howard getting that big fourth inning offensively going, scoring 5 runs.
Hey, yeah, if you see it, their first 3 hits, not a single hit left to dirt. You know, you get 3 blue hits to load the bases, then you get the bases loaded walk to push across the first run, and now you get the liner up the middle. And if you look at the liner up the middle, that was indicative of how Howard approached every at-bat. All their hits were right up through the middle, and they took advantage of it.
They certainly did, and then De La Roca did not give up the lead as the ball got thrown around a little bit on Morgan State, and that was a big-time inning for Howard. They ended up putting 5 runs across, never looked back. Heck of a play there, good slide. And then there is De La Roca. She didn't rack up the strikeouts by any means, Amir, but she had her off-speed working.
She had it working, and then if you look at the 2 strikeouts in that last inning. One was hard in and one was hard away. And now here we go. They're going to ride her again, and we're starting this game with Annalise De La Roca.
I was going to say De La Roca in the circle. Why not? And Asia Thomas, the center fielder, leads things off. Both teams switching sides as well in terms of the scoreboard. Morgan State now the away team. And if it comes down to it, Howard will have the final at-bat and a winner-take-all for the 2022 MEAC Championship. De La Roca featuring that off-speed pitch, the changeup, perhaps a drop mixed in as well, Amir, but she was so impressive in the circle in game one.
She was. I think the other hidden aspect is the person behind the plate. You know, the strike zone she got a liberal strike zone, and she was able to take advantage of it. So how will Sharonda Brown, how will her strike zone either help or hurt De La Roca? And
good start here for Morgan State. Harrington, the senior shortstop. Howard played clean defense all in game one. Thomas amped up.
The question is that 1 or 2 errors?
Right.
Is it a fielding error that allowed her to get the first, and then a throwing error that allowed her to get the second? But, you know,
it took a nasty hop last second, and she slipped, and then the throw kicked off her foot. So Morgan State with a leadoff runner to begin an inning. Right off the get-go here in the winner-take-all, they only had that happen once, all in game one in the 6th inning against De La Roca.
I'm not sure they had a runner on second base with less than 2 outs all day in that first game.
Yep, only the one time it was the leadoff single from Duel. And now Morgan State off to a good start. Here's Tavern Russo.
And they did give him 2 errors on that, 1 on the field and 1 on the throw.
Pitches in for a strike.
So after Howard went the entire first game without an error, they get 2 on the very first batter.
And that was key. We talked about them coming into game one. They had 4 or more errors in each of their first 3 games, able to overcome it with some walk-off heroics. The 2 errors on the same play to start this championship contest. 0-2 laced down the right field line, but foul. Take a look at the Morgan State starting lineup. We saw Thomas lead things off. Russo is at second. Madison Nunez is the catcher. Russo hitting second, excuse me. Melissa Paz, the DP, cleaning up. Victoria Fletcher plays first. Aaliyah Ewell will play right field. Batting 7th, Katrina Delp, the sure-handed shortstop. Daniel Jason getting the start in the lineup and in left field, batting 8th. And Sarah Tashinsky batting 9th, playing second in the absence of Mia Ewell, who we saw leave late in game one, and that is going to be a huge loss for Morgan State here tonight.
Right, because this should be Mia Ewell right here. Mia Ewell's been batting second and is their best hitter, so she gets injured with 2 outs in the 7th inning.
Pitch is low. I'm interested to see the approach here for Morgan State now. You saw De La Roca, you know what she's about. She's not going to come with velocity. Can you somehow force yourself to stay back in the box? We saw how many out in front swings from this Lady Bears team in game one.
And more importantly, will they go the other way? Because the defensive lineup is still the same.
The 1-2. And it looked like it got a piece of Russo.
I mean, this Howard team is giving you from left center to right, almost to right field. So if they're going to play you left center, right field, you have to eventually take advantage of it, you would think.
Absolutely. They didn't in that first game. Take another look here at that hit by pitch against Russo. So De La Roca, who cruised in game 1 to a 7-inning shutout. 3 hits, 1 walk, 4 strikeouts on 93 pitches. Runners at first and second here, top of the first for Morgan State. And the batter is Madison Nunez, the catcher. Bunt shown. De La Roca charges, only play to first.
A little small ball. You get the first 2 runners on, and you allow your 3-hitter to get the sacrifice. So now you have 2 runners in scoring position, and this is going to be the first time with less than 2 outs in 7+ innings that De La Roca has had to deal with a runner on third base.
That brings up the designated player, Melissa Paz, batting cleanup. She was the number 5 hitter in game 1. She was in the circle in that 5-run 4th inning that Howard was able to use to break the game open, and De La Roca and the Bison never looked back. That's in for a strike.
You know, if the Morgan batters are going to try to crowd the plate, De La Roca can throw that fastball in there on her hands and get a call for a strike.
She got a big strikeout in the bottom of the 7th inning with that same pitch. And strand runners at second and third. This pitch is laced. A diving grab by Ricks. She gets up and amped up. What a play.
And you see it. But the one thing that we're seeing now is Morgan State is waiting back and they're going the other way. So eventually that can help, because if that ball gets by her, that goes all the way to the fence because of how they're playing in the outfield defensively. So if Morgan State continues to let the ball travel deep and go the other way, good things are going to happen.
A run-saving catch, no doubt, by the middle infielder. Here's Victoria Fletcher, the first baseman. Lines it off the glove of De La Roca. Going to try and glove flip it, can't. 1 run scores, ball gets past Simmons, and Morgan State takes an early 2-0 lead.
Turnabout is fair play, and a 2 RBI single that doesn't leave the dirt. Well, actually, it's probably going to be 1 RBI and then the error on De La Roca that allows that second run to score.
And no chance for De La Roca. That was her only option, was to try and flip it with her glove. So what a bounce back here after Morgan State was held scoreless and only mustered 3 hits. They've been able to put the ball in play, force this defense of Howard, which has been a struggle at times for the Bison.
You know, and it's their first hit with runners in scoring position. Until there, they were 0 for 5 in the first game and then part of this one. So
Elia Ewell is the batter. Ewell playing right field again here in game 2. Went 0 for 3 in game 1 with a pop-out, ground-out, and strikeout. Sisters with Mia, who is not in this game because of an injury in that 7th inning in game 1. A huge blow for this offense from Morgan State, but seems like, don't want to speak for them, but seems like that may force them to rally here in that next woman up mentality without your best hitter.
Well, I mean, they're starting to get some hits, but they're also getting some help from Howard that they didn't get in the first game. You know, we harped on it for 7 innings, how Howard played error-free softball, and that was part of the reason why they were able to keep Morgan off the. They got 3 errors in the first inning.
Yep, and they had 4 or more in each of the last 3 games here in the tournament before playing clean defense in game 1, as Amir mentioned. Ball and 2 strikes here to Ewell. little weight on it, but pops it foul.
And I hate to harp on it, but the thing that we're seeing now, even there, that ball was going the other way. They're not trying to pull everything. They're being patient, and they're giving what De La Roca is. They're taking what De La Roca is giving them, unlike what they did in the first game.
Good start here for the Lady Bears, looking to make it back-to-back MEAC championships. They beat North Carolina Central last year, looking to take down Howard. Meanwhile, the Bison looking for their first conference title since '07, forcing this winner-take-all. 1-2 is driven deep right field. Sally going back at the track, and she's able to catch up to it for out number 3. But the Lady Bears take an early 2-0 lead, putting the ball in play. And Morgan State gives their best pitcher a 2-run lead when we come back in the bottom of the first.
This is where the formula ends and the magic begins. We take the mold, shake the mold, and break the mold. From late nights in the gym to later nights in the library, we grind. Because if you think greatness is a game, think again. Here, nothing shines unless we all do.
For more than 150 years, Morgan State University has positioned its graduates to grow the future and lead the world. Morgan students receive a world-class education, engage in meaningful research, and uplift their communities. Over 126 programs conveniently available online or on Morgan's beautiful campus. Designated the national treasure, there's something for everyone. Pursue your purpose. Progress in your passions. Achieve the promise of career fulfillment. Your Morgan experience awaits.
Bottom of the first inning, Howard trailing 2-0 before they grab their bats. Let's take a look at the Bison lineup. It's the exact same for fourth-year head coach Tori Tyson from game 1, and why not? Amir, you scored 5 runs against one of the best pitchers in relief in the country in Melissa Paz. Now you're going to have to try and do it against the best in the conference, and Anaya Hunt.
Yeah, she's the MEAC Pitcher of the Year, and Coach Heinlein said she brings a closer mentality to the circle for every pitch. So if Howard is going to win this, they're going to do it against the 2 best pitchers in the conference.
It would be a heck of an adventure and accomplishment for Howard. Camille Navarro, the designated player, leads things off for the Bison. She had that big 2-run single to highlight the 5-run fourth in game 1. She finished 2 for 4.
You know, from Hunt, we're going to see a screwball, and we're probably going to see her try to finish batters off with her rise ball. So she's going to come in, she's going to throw hard, she's going to be around the plate, and she's going to force Howard to put the ball in play in the Beetle.
A lefty sitting 62-63 with velo. Pitch is popped up to right, shallow, coming in Yule.
Good communication there between Yule and Tazinski. You know, that would be Yule and Yule. Now it's Yule and Tazinski, and the right fielder went in and called her off.
An easier play for the outfielder coming in opposed to the infielder going out. And here is Leilani Ricks, who had at the time the run-saving catch on that hot liner in the top of the inning. Ricks in the 2-hole again for Tori Tyson. More on Hunt, sophomore from Burlington, New Jersey. The southpaw finished the regular season with 2.30 ERA. Hustling down the line, Ricks, but a better throw from Nunez. Howard can't believe it.
Well, I mean, she dropped the ball. It was clear. I mean, at this present moment, you talk to your other umpires and you get it right. I mean, but what it does, that's a great play by Nunez. Nunez comes out and she throws a bullet to the first baseman Fletcher. So I would assume that's going to be an error because she would have been out without the drop.
Yeah, first base umpire Diane Kendall didn't see the drop originally. She's joined by Sharonda Brown calling balls and strikes and Rhonda Groves at third. And you see to the left there, seventh-year head coach Larry Heinlein arguing a little bit, perhaps saying that Ricks was out of the baseline a little bit. He was pointing down the line.
So the question is, was she in fair territory, not in the runner's lane? So, I mean, but I don't know if that's a interference unless the ball actually hits the runner. So, bottom line is, if Fletcher catches the ball, she's out. So, we've now had 4 errors through 1 inning.
Throwing error charge to Nunez. Great way to get to the ball. Here, Dennis sneaks one past the diving Delph. And all of a sudden, Howard looking for a response.
You know, for me, that's a tough throwing error on Nunez because the ball was in her glove. Fletcher had it and dropped it. So, but now you get a base hit. You got runners on first and second with 1 out.
Good piece of hitting by Dennis. She had 2 hits in Game 1's win, able to get enough power behind it to get it past the sure-handed shortstop Delph. So here's Alyssa Vasquez. Cleanup hitter, swings at the first pitch, pops it up, shallow right center, coming in, Thomas.
This outfield and 2 outs to show some speed. So they've came in and tracked down some balls that almost could have been that Bermuda Triangle situation and fallen, but.
Now batting number 8, Zaria Simmons.
Zaria Simmons, the first baseman, now will be up, trying to capitalize with 2 runners on. We were in the middle of telling you about Hunt's season. We told you the ERA is solid 2.30. Comes in with a 14-3 record, 25 appearances, and 15 starts in the regular season. And is pitched in 2 of the 4 games now, make it 3 of the 4. We didn't see her in Game 1. She went 3 innings of scoreless ball with 6 strikeouts against North Carolina Central, and then earned the save in relief against Howard the other day. Gave up a run on 4 hits in 3 innings.
Of all the pitchers we've seen today, she by far has the highest velo. Now the question is, can she throw it for strikes?
62-63 from the left side. Calm, cool, and collective. Fires it in. A transfer from Central Connecticut. And as Amir mentioned, the pitcher of the year here in the MEAC. Oregon State looking to rely on Old Reliable. 3-1 is laced on the left field line, and that is fair. Rounding third. Ricks the throw, just a little late, and she slides in safely, amped up, and Howard gets a run.
That's the second time we've seen a play at the plate in 2 games where the Howard runner has avoided the tag and made an excellent slide at home plate because that throw beat her.
It certainly did. Simmons able to thread it down the left field line. A strong throw from Jason on the money. And somehow, some way, Ricks able to slide past that tag. Simmons off at second with an RBI, and Howard cuts the deficit in half here in the bottom of the first. A single for Simmons, and then moving to second on the throw. Here's Peyton Quinones.
Yeah, that's an unearned run because of the error.
Errors can't give teams extra outs, especially in a game of this magnitude. I know it's an old cliche, but certainly looming large here for both sides. Quinones went 2 for 4 with a couple of singles and a run scored in Game 1. Rapper trying to get a piece of it. How about the energy here, too? Game 1, you know, people might just be trying to make their way from out of town, but it is electric here at Norfolk State University.
This has been electric from pitch 1. It was like the first game was the tune-up, and they scored that 5 quick runs, and you just settled in. Now
it's like the appetizer. 1-1 chop, good stop by Russo, throw in time.
Hey, Russo is as smooth as they come at third base.
She really is. We've seen her a lot in the first. She helps Hunt get out of it. Howard does get a run, though. We head to the second. Morgan State up by 1.
Morgan.
Behold has a special meaning at Norfolk State University. It exemplifies knowledge, hard work, perseverance, and striving towards success. Since 1935, Spartans have walked these grounds ready to take on the challenges of the times, transform lives, and realize dreams. We are a state-of-the-art institution, preparing students to take on the modern world with innovative coursework, experiential learning, and cutting-edge degrees. As NSU celebrates its 85th year, the green and gold tradition continues.
All right, here we go. Miller in motion. Wait, is that a baby on the field?
It looks like it, Craig.
And the defensive linemen are playing peekaboo. I've never seen anything like that before.
Harris now appears to be burping the baby.
That's a great moment right there.
Ref going to the rule book here.
Well, wait a minute. Harris is off to the races.
We don't need any more trick plays.
Touchdown!
But we could all use more ways to save.
Are you kidding me?
That's got to be a long bus ride home for the defense.
Switch to Geico for more ways to save.
Quite the start for the championship game here. Softball MEAC action in Norfolk, Virginia. Corey Naito alongside Amir Rashid. And Amir, we saw a little bit of everything in that opening inning.
4 errors, 3 runs, 3 hits. That's about as much action as we've seen in 7 innings of the first game.
Absolutely. De La Roca will try to settle into circle for Howard after a sensational Game 1 complete game shutout. He gave up 2 runs, 1 on an error on a tough play. He tried to glove flip it and the throw airmailed.
But neither of those runs were earned, though. So you're giving up 2 unearned runs in 8 innings.
First pitch to Delph.
And if you add what she's done all year, that's 3. She still only gave up 1 earned run in 16 in the 3rd innings against Morgan State.
I mentioned her great numbers in the regular season. Only 1 earned run in 8 in the 3rd inning. She goes 7 strong in Game 1. Tie to Delph. Shortstop batting in the 7 hole now. She was the 9 batter for Larry Heinlein in Game 1. Picked up a single, a bunt single. She's got a lot of speed.
Yeah, when she came up in that last year, the first baseman was almost even with the pitcher. Now they're playing back.
And Roca finds the zone there, 2-1. Defensively behind De La Roca, Dennis, Quinones, and Saley, left to right. Green, Harrington, Ricks, Simmons third to first, and Vasquez catching. Two-one from De La Roca, popped up.
Ain't nobody there.
Long run, and the right fielder, Saley, can't make the catch. Delph up to second, and Amir, it's that shift that they finally able to capitalize on.
And right, that right fielder came a very, very long way to almost make that play, but if you're playing anywhere close to a regular defense, that's a pop fly ball out.
It is. That was a tremendously long run for Saley. Saley trying to do everything she can. But Delph with plus speed off at second, and Morgan State looking to add more.
And now we in a lineup where we have 2 batters that didn't play at all in the first game with Dennis, and then Jesse came in and played the 7th inning after Yule got hurt.
They give Delph a double.
Oh, that's a great scoring. I mean,
yep.
That right fielder had to go from right field to center field to even come close to making that play.
Absolutely. I'm in 100% agreement. Here is Danielle Jason, the left fielder. As Amir mentioned, she did not hit in Game 1. Just a 200 batter on the year. On base percentage at 300. 8 walks, 14 hits. Small ball bunts and moves the lead runner Delph to third.
So for the second straight inning, Morgan State has a runner at third base with less than 2 outs.
something that they did not have at all in game one. Now we're going to have a mound visit here with Tori Tyson in her 4th year with Howard.
That's awful early. And then, you know, we got the Jeopardy theme song going.
The cheers and the banter in softball, pretty interesting. Morgan State's got that Jeopardy theme song down pat, too. See them having some fun. The dugout, a lot more fun here in game 2 than they had in game 1.
It's easier to have fun when you're scoring runs.
Absolutely. 2 in the opening inning. Morgan State held scoreless for the first time this entire tournament in game 1 earlier this afternoon.
I mean, held scoreless the entire tournament. Coming into that game, there's only 1 inning that they didn't score in, and they went 7. So that just tells you how good De La Roca was in game 1.
28 runs in game 1, 12 against Howard. Another bunt, safety squeeze, great play at first, and she's out. Delph tagged out at home.
Coach Line is not happy about that, but that was easy. The first baseman was playing up. They read that the whole way. And I'm not sure she's out either. I'm not sure she's out. She was tagged at her waist. Irregardless, that was an excellent play by the first baseman to get that ball and get it to the catcher for the out.
Simmons charged in hard and made sure she fielded it cleanly. A smooth transfer to Vasquez. A huge out number 2. Now there's a runner at first with 2 down for the leadoff hitter, Thomas. They reached on an E6 and scored the game's first run.
How much of that decision is having Tazieski in who's hitting below the Mendoza line?
Do the small ball instead. Again, we're mentioning that Mia Ewell out of this game. If you're just tuning into game 2, the best hitter for Morgan State suffered an apparent lower leg injury in the 7th inning of game 1, and she was helped off the field. It is a huge cog in this lineup missing for the Lady Bears here for the winner-take-all. 1-0 finds the zone. Thomas got some high praise from head coach Larry Heinlein this week. Heinlein saying Thomas one of the best outfielders he's ever coached. Glides to the ball, gets good reads defensively. Has some power here in the leadoff spot, especially that right center field gap, which is wide open. 1-2, she tries to go that way, underneath it a little. And there is Saley for the final out of the inning. So Howard's defense helps De La Roca on a nice play at home. Morgan State 2, Howard 1. We go to the bottom of the 2nd for the MEAC Championship.
The day the world stopped was the day we found where to go. From now on, we're not going to leave anything on our plates because we've learned to savor the moments that were always there, and they never tasted this good.
When you're part of something bigger than yourself, it feels like all you ever do is win, win, win. And when that something is an HBCU, you know you can't help but win, win, win. So, as proud supporters of HBCU programs, we just can't lose.
Bottom of the 2nd inning. Morgan State 2, Howard 1. The Bison defense, nice play at home to help out their pitcher, De La Roca. Now it's Anaya Hunt's turn again. She gave up an unearned run in the 1st inning. Trying to toss a scoreless 2nd here and keep this Bison offense at bay. Rana Saley is the batter. She'll lead things off, the number 7 hitter.
This game may be played in Norfolk, Virginia, but I have a feeling like we feel like we're in Washington, D.C. because this Howard fan base is tuned in.
They certainly are clinging to every pitch, and it's only the second inning. But there might not be any more innings, obviously, for one of these teams. So these are the final 7 for somebody here tonight.
Yeah, that's one thing for sure is when this game comes final, one of these two teams will be headed north for the end of their season.
One bid here in the MEAC. Morgan State earned it last year, beating North Carolina Central in the MEAC championship game. Going to make it back-to-back. Howard, meanwhile, looking to win 2 games here today and claim their first conference title since 2007. Popped up, is in on the hands, Delph coasting over. Here's Maxie Harrington, the shortstop. Harrington on base 3 times in game 1, singled and scored in that 5-run 4th. Also drew a walk and stole a base in the 5th. Takes a strike. She had the 2 errors on the 1 play in the first inning to allow Morgan State to set up shop in that first inning. Ended up capitalizing on 3 errors in the frame from the Bison.
If Anaya Hunt could get that changeup over for a strike, Katie Barrador, with her fastball and her screwball coming in and with that velo, that changeup can do some nasty, dirty things.
She is the MEAC Conference Pitcher of the Year for a reason. Pitch on the outside corner. Coming in the conference, first in strikeouts with 101. Next closest, Joanna Vallejo of NSU with 51. To kind of put it in perspective of how good Hunt's stuff is. There is a strikeout on cue. Her first of the game, out number 2 here in the second.
Nice screw. It looked like a screwball that was elevated, and it just missed her back.
Good pitch there by Hunt.
Number 3, Jade Green.
Jade Green, the third baseman, who had a really nice game 1 out of the 9-hole. A single and drew that bases loaded walk to get Howard on the board. Made it a 1-0 game.
Like Coach said, she does a good job of turning the lineup over. And she has productive at-bats and has productive outs.
0-1. Lower 4 of the Howard lineup in game 1 did some damage. Each of them reaching base multiple times. All 4 of those runners came home to score in that 5-run inning. Swing by Green.
You notice no one in the press box even flinched as that ball came rattling back to us. A bunch of professionals in here.
Absolutely, we got the chain link fence and then some heavy-duty windows, so got some protection. We're nestled behind home plate here at Norfolk State University. MEAC championship on the line. 1-2 is served in the shallow right. Ewell is there, and that is a 1-2-3 inning for Hunt. He has retired 4 in a row now, and we head to the top of the 3rd. Morgan State 2, Howard 1 on the MEAC Digital Network.
Diverse. The dictionary defines it as showing a great deal of variety. Here in Hampton Roads, we are diverse. So whether you drive your own car, ride a bike, or use one of Hampton Roads Transit's many modes of transportation, it fits within our lifestyle. And while you may never ride Hampton Roads Transit, chances are you depend on someone who does. Help us connect Hampton Roads.
Here, we educate tomorrow's leaders today. The Howard Experience allows students to engage in self-exploration through sports, music, dance, and debate. A journey towards excellence in leadership for America and the global community. This is the Howard Experience.
Top of the third inning, Morgan State nursing a 2-1 lead. Both teams scoring their runs in that opening frame. David Russo, the third baseman, will lead things off. For the Lady Bears, and the infielder takes the first pitch low from De La Roca.
You know, David Russo is actually batting second due to Mia Yule. She's their 3-hitter, and she leads the team with 11 doubles. So get some power from your first 2 hitters, see what you can do.
She was grazed by a pitch in that first inning and came around to score the second run on a throwing error. Ahead in the count here, 2-0. Graduate student from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, a transfer from St. Francis University in the Keystone State. Had 10 homers last year, finished the regular season with 4. Does have a home run in this tournament against Howard. It was a 2-run shot in the 6th inning, a 12-5 win for the Lady Bears.
And while we can't see who exactly is warming up in the bullpen, we can see that the bullpen is rocking and firing down the first base line for Howard. So how much more does De La Roca have?
De La Roca going 93 pitches for the complete game shutout victory in game 1. She had to work a little bit in the first inning, facing 6 batters. Had to face 1 more in the second over the minimum. And now behind here, 3-0 to Russo with the heart of the order on deck with the number 3 hitter, Nunez.
It's a good take. You know, you 3-0, it's got to be 1 pitch, 1 spot. So it's a good take.
Russo with 29 walks in the regular season. That was really solid overall. 17 of them coming in the MEAC play. That was tied for second. Very patient at the plate. Gives this a ride in a right. Saley there, though, and makes the catch for out number 1.
So Saley is now shifted a little bit over. She's not more to that right field. So they're getting better swings on De La Roca. They're being patient. They're worried about going the other way now. So we'll see if it turns into hits.
Absolutely, and you mentioned them going the other way, and the swings just look much better. We saw some ugly swings from Morgan State in game 1 with the off-speed from De La Roca, but they've clearly made some adjustments here in the winner-take-all matchup here in game 2. Madison Nunez, the catcher at the plate for Morgan State. She dropped down a sacrifice bunt in the first. Really chokes up on that bat.
She's always almost to the top of the tape on that bat.
Nunez from Cleveland, Ohio, a fellow native of your home state.
You know, sometimes we don't like to claim Cleveland, but we're claiming the Buckeye State today. You know, especially when she get ripped like that.
Nunez really turning the corner at the plate, according to head coach Larry Heinlein. Hitting the ball with authority now, attacking. Earlier in the year, she wasn't as aggressive. She had a home run in the first game of this tournament to ignite that 28-run explosion for this Lady Bears team. The first game of this conference tournament. The 1-1. And Roca thought she had her fooled. Nunez was leaning out, but laid off.
I mean, this Howard team does not believe that Morgan can hit the ball anywhere near the middle. The shortstop is deep in the 5-6 hole, second base in the 3-4 hole.
Left fielder Dennis, 3 steps from the left field line. 2-1 is high. You could park about 3 to 4 school buses vertically, I'd say, in center field with the space that the Bison are given these Morgan State hitters. Look at that gap there.
Right, and somehow or another, Morgan State keeps hitting to the only person on the right side in sailing, but that's just a lot of space.
That outfielder you saw on the left is the center fielder, Quinones. One skips low. It's a ball. First walk issued by De La Roca. And not sure if that will be it. De La Roca trying to plead her case, it looks like, to Tori Tyson. Maya saying that slipped out of her hand. She shook her head in disgust. That one never even made it to the plate.
I think she's going to leave her in.
I think De La Roca has earned at least that opportunity. You have one out here, runner at first. I know you're dealing with the cleanup hitter in Paz, but Nunez is going to take a seat off first for a pinch runner.
That'd be Deborah Hamilton.
Morgan State looking for some more speed on the bases.
Deborah, this is going to be her 30th game she's appeared in, and I think more importantly, she's 9 for 9 in stolen bases.
Certainly a threat to run. There is Melissa Paz, who lined out sharply to Ricks. It was a head-first grab that saved a couple of runs at that point.
Here's another part to this. Because the shortstop is so far over, the second baseman has to cover. If they put a hit and run on, that whole right side of the field is wide open.
Especially with Paz having to most likely wait back on De La Roca's soft stuff. One 0, in on the hands, blooped in the shallow left. Nobody catches it, goes to second for the out. The Bison catch a break, but Dennis and Harrington were confused on who was actually going to make the grab. So that is a big break for Howard.
Coach Henenline is angry because, the thing is, if Hamilton goes halfway, even that ball is caught, she has a chance to get back. She goes halfway, that ball falls, you have first and second, one out, but she is literally standing on first base when that ball falls. So I don't know if he's mad at the first base coach or he's mad at the runner. I'm going to go 65% he's mad at the first base coach.
Single for Paz. Runner at first.
It's fielder's choice. Not even a hit.
Pitch is in for a strike. I thought so as well. Official score has it as a single in the box score. Maybe we'll change it.
It's almost like when they had the arrow on the catcher when the first baseman dropped the ball. But, hey.
Fletcher, the first baseman, with that RBI single in the first. 2-1, Morgan State leading. De La Roca has had to labor a little bit here in game 2 after she was cruising through 7 in game 1, making it look easy. Morgan State making some adjustments, seeing the pitcher in back-to-back games here for the title.
But it feels like the more and more Morgan tries to put pressure on De La Roca, the more excited she gets. She bears down. That first game, you saw very little emotion out of her. And now, as this game is going on, you can see all the emotion pouring out of her soul.
Head coach Tori Tyson said that they are not in this championship game without De La Roca. That was before her 7-inning complete game shutout win. Perhaps her best start of her season. She is a grad student out of San Pedro, California. New Mexico State transfer. A second-team all-conference selection here in 2022. Really pitched a gem of a game in the first contest to force this winner-take-all here. Looking for her first strikeout. Post another scoreless inning. Another jam shot. Easy grab at third for Green, and that ends the inning. Howard gets a break with a little bit of a base running blunder for Morgan State. And they still trail by 1 as we head to the bottom of the 3rd inning here on the MEAC Digital Network.
The day the world stopped was the day we found where to go. From now on, we're not going to leave anything on our plates because we've learned to savor the moments that were always there, and they never tasted this good.
When you're part of something bigger than yourself, it feels like all you ever do is win, win, win. And when that something is an HBCU, you know you can't help but win, win, win. So, as proud supporters of HBCU programs, we just can't lose.
Bottom of the 3rd, Howard trailing by a run. Top of the order due up here for the Bison, starting with Navarro, the designated player who flew out to right. Navarro, Ricks, and Dennis against the MEAC Pitcher of the Year, Anaya Hunt, who's tossed a 1-2-3 second. Pitch is laced up the middle for a single. We saw that a lot in game 1 from this Bison offense, Amir, where they were just shooting it right back where it came from. Good sign for Navarro.
Hit it where it's pitched. Not trying to do too much. They're not, like I said, they're passing a hit stick. They're being quiet at the plate, and they're just doing the small things.
Here is Ricks. She reached on that throwing error by Nunez. Catcher from Morgan State made a fantastic play. Tries to drag one up the first base side. Hunt throws. It's nowhere close. Heading to 3rd, Navarro. She's getting the windmill around, and Howard ties it up. Running to 3rd, Ricks. And the second baseman coming up clutch.
So, like softball pitchers, sometimes they struggle with feeling their position because they throw underhand so much. And then when they got to throw overhand, you get things like this. And then the right fielder who comes in and backs it up, Duel lets that ball get all the way up the wall. I mean, she's in position to back up the throw, and she lets the ball go by her. And now, a base hit, a bunt, they gave her an error, and now Howard's in position to take the lead.
Throwing error on Hunt. He's trying to make a play with the speedy Ricks.
Now at the plate, number 20,
Kalita Dennis, the left fielder, now up, but a perfectly placed bump by Ricks to put the pressure on Hunt. And Howard take the first lead of the game here in the bottom of the 3rd.
Ricks is a freshman first teamer, so she's wreaked havoc in both her at bats. 2 bunt singles and caused some trouble.
Dennis ripped the grounder to the left side of the infield for a single. Was left stranded at 3rd in that opening inning. 2-0 the count here to the 3-hitter Dennis. This Howard crowd ready to erupt. Erasing a 2-0 deficit after the top of the 1st. Howard tacked on a run in the bottom, and now another here in the 3rd.
And it feels like Hunt now is trying to overthrow. Just get back to, her screwball, rise ball combination and see if she can get a strike and not try to do too much.
Dennis has been fantastic for the Bison, the 2019 Rookie of the Year here in the MEAC. Also put in a strong 2022 campaign. Hit .345 coming into the championship. OPS over 1,000. 9 homers, 45 runs batted in. She is a slugger for Howard. And a hitter's count here. Hits it sharply past Delph, coming home to score. Ricks Bison take their first lead here in game 2.
Lonnie Ricks scores and she yells in her teammate's face, "Let's go!" She scored 2 of the 3 runs, and she's been in the middle of all of this production. While she's 0 for 2 technically on a day, her 2 bunts have caused all kind of problems. And with that, you see Paz goes down to start warming up.
Dennis able to get it past Delph again. She's off first. Here's Vasquez, the catcher. Bunts it back to the circle. Hunt throws to first. Small ball executed again well for the Bison. Vasquez drops it down, moves Dennis into scoring position for Zaria Simmons, the first baseman.
Zaria Simmons.
Simmons with an RBI single in the first. Able to lace it down the left field line and then moved up to second on the throw where she was left stranded. Simmons, one of the lefties here for Howard. You talked about the message from Coach Tori Tyson to this Bison team in game 1, but she said we have nothing to lose.
And they're playing like it.
Absolutely.
They're playing free and loose. They fell down 2-0 early, and they didn't bat an eye. They came back and got a run back in the bottom of the first, and now 2 innings later, they've taken the lead.
Pitch is high. Tyson actually thought her team played their worst game of the year, and at least in the tournament, against Morgan State. A lot of errors, unable to overcome them.
And I'm sure that was her message probably since last night. The only time we've lost to them is when we beat ourselves. So if we play our game and we can win this tournament. And they went inning by inning, and here they are. They've got the lead in the winner-take-all game 2.
And of course, they've had some magic here in this run. 2 walk-off wins to keep their season alive. Didn't need a walk-off win in game 1. They won wire-to-wire, 5-0 to force this game 2 here in Norfolk, Virginia. Simmons checks her swing, no appeal. 3-2 the count. On deck, Peyton Quinones, the center fielder. See the Howard fans behind Simmons there.
See the 2 little girls with their pom-poms.
They're enjoying it. Payoff, chop through the middle for a hit. Rounding third, Dennis, and then she'll get the break there. Now they've got the runner at second, Simmons, and a rundown. Now they go back to third with Dennis. And she will be tagged out. Heads up base running, though, by Simmons. She goes all the way to third base. But a good play defensively for Morgan State, staying calm in that rundown.
You know, that's just your classic 8-2 to 6-5 to 4-2 put out. So that's 8 to 3 to 2 to 6, back to 2 to 5 to 2 to 6. Nope, that's 7. That's the left fielder. Left fielder got the final put out.
6 different Morgan State players touching the ball on that rundown. So Simmons over at third for Quinones, the center fielder.
But like you said, the biggest part of that is Simmons being able to get all the way around over to third.
Can Howard add another? They have plated 2 here in the bottom of the third inning. Whack foul. Quinones, second team all-conference selection out of California, a freshman. Had the walk-off single in the bottom of the 7th inning yesterday to stun the host team in the Spartans of NSU. Had runners at the corners with 2 outs. Able to walk it off to allow Howard at least a chance to play for the title here today.
Coach Tyson is really, really gutsy right there. She's halfway to home herself.
She feels the energy with her team. Slow roller to third. Russo solid over there as ever, and that ends the inning. But Howard takes their first lead of the game thanks to 2 hits and an error, and we head to the top of the 4th inning. Morgan State now trailing for the first time here in the championship final.
The day the world stopped was the day we found where to go. From now on, we're not going to leave anything on our plates because we've learned to savor the moments that were always there, and they never tasted this good.
When you're part of something bigger than yourself, it feels like all you ever do is win, win, win. And when that something is an HBCU, you know you can't help but win, win, win. So, as proud supporters of HBCU programs, we just can't lose.
Diverse. The dictionary defines it as showing a great deal of variety. Here in Hampton Roads, we are diverse. So whether you drive your own car, ride a bike, or use one of Hampton Roads Transit's many modes of transportation, it fits within our lifestyle. And while you may never ride Hampton Roads Transit, chances are you depend on someone who does. Help us connect Hampton Roads.
Head to the top of the 4th inning here in Norfolk, Virginia. Corey Naito alongside Amir Rashid. Getting halfway home here in the winner-take-all MEAC championship game between Morgan State and Howard. The top 2 seeds in the MEAC, respectively. Morgan State looking to go back-to-back, winning conferences. Meanwhile, Howard looking to win its first since 2007.
Looks like we have a new right fielder, number 23, McNeil.
In for Ayana Saley. So McNeil out in right field here for Howard.
No, they must move to left because that's 34 is in right. So McNeil's in center.
Quinones moves to right.
Yep. So I guess you get the lead and maybe now get your better defensive outfielder out there because we know Quinones can fly and McNeil can probably. So now you're close and you got that 4 bus gaps and now you can probably fill it.
Yule is the batter to lead things off here in the 4th for Morgan State. And that got her near the face. She seems to be all right. It looked like that may have gotten the brim of her helmet.
Got her in the forearm.
Yep. Showing it off there.
So, I think I definitely hit her in the forearm.
Yep, up tight there.
Right on the elbow.
Up front, the way she was leaning out of the way, thought may have gotten her in the chin area, but she's all smiles. She'll certainly take a bruise to be on base.
That's a change up. That's a change up with the tie and run. You got to do by any means necessary.
Absolutely. De La Roca has been featuring the soft stuff all game long here today in Game 2, just like she did in Game 1. Here is Delph. Shortstop with the double on the day. Picked up a single in Game 1 as well, so 2 hits in as many games here on this championship Saturday in Norfolk, Virginia. Morgan State with 2 in the first, Howard with 1 to answer, and then the Bison with 2 last half inning to take the lead. Bunt shown, popped up. De La Roca fields, airmails the throw, backing up the right fielder Quinones. And they've got a runner tied up between first and second. Now the throw goes home. Tracking her down, Vasquez, another big-time play defensively for Howard and a blunder for Morgan State.
The runner at first base probably should have stayed because the right fielder, Quinones, was right there. She had to back up, and right there, she had no chance of going anywhere. The bad part is that play was in front of her. You see the right fielder covering. Unless that ball gets by her, you got to stay at first base. You have first and third, nobody out. Now it's runner, second baseman, one out.
Vasquez, the catcher, showing off her speed with the gear, applying the tag to Yule for out number one. Second time as many innings, and Lady Bear has been in between two bags. Pitch is tapped by Danielle Jason. Throw not in time at first. Over to third goes Delph.
Speed. Now this is what Coach Tyson talked about. She talked about Morgan going to their small ball. And we're starting to see what Morgan is doing. Morgan is definitely going with the small ball, and they're making Howard play some defense. And that's one of the things she was concerned about coming into today. One out. We got runners at first and third with one out, and their only out is a base running blunder.
Yep. Sarah Tashinsky, the second baseman, will be the batter, the number 9 hole hitter. De La Roca trying to battle in. Caught in a miss.
Similar situation, I think, in the second inning. We had a runner on third base with less than 2 outs, which is this, and they tried to squeeze. And the first baseman there, she's playing up.
Tying run at third and Delph. Go ahead run at first and Jason with Tashinsky filling in for Mia Yule, the best hitter for Morgan State. Trying to come up with a huge hit here, halfway home.
Thomas is playing all up in her kitchen now with 2 strikes. She could possibly fall back some more. And I think the one thing I figured we'd have seen a double steal by now.
I am too. Morgan State didn't have the opportunity to be aggressive. We were told that Larry Heinlein, he loves to take the extra base, delay steal, double steal. He said basically to force pressure on this defense.
Are we going with a pinch hitter with 2 strikes?
Line Hine. Looking to make a change here.
You know, you had runners at first and third with all kinds of speed.
It looks like somebody might be down, actually. Help being called to the Morgan State dugout.
Let's go to a break.
So we're going to take a break here. Howard up 3-2 in the top of the fourth. Runners at the corners. 0-2 the count to Tashinsky. We'll be right back. Back here at Norfolk State University, the site of the MEAC 2022 Softball Championship. Tashinsky, the second baseman, was the batter.
State number 55, Irene Martin.
And she's going to come out of the game right now. Sounds like maybe she had a little heat exhaustion and not feeling the best, so she ran to the dugout, and now it's Irene Martin coming up to bat, a .294 hitter. 5 for 17 in the regular season. She shows bunt, tries to get it in front. La Roca goes and throws to first. Great job checking the lead runner at Delph to freeze her there.
That's a gutsy call. Come off the bench with 2 strikes and then lay down a bunt. But more importantly, Delaware Roca, look her back and get the out. And now you have second and third and 2 outs and a chance to wiggle out of what could have potentially been a huge inning for Morgan State.
It really could have been first and third with nobody out on the throwing error down the right field line. Instead, Yule gets hung up between third and home and a rundown for out number 1. That floating change misses the zone. It's 1-0 to Thomas, the center fielder. She's at the plate for the 3rd time here in game 2 with an opportunity to tie and give Morgan State the lead once more. The pitch. Just missed.
I'm ahead of the count. If I can't take this pitch and drive it to the right center field gap, I don't want it.
She has that power to right center field. The junior from Tampa, Florida, looking for a big hit with 2 outs. Gives it a ride, left center field, but Howard is there to make the grab. But that may have been McNeil out in center. And Howard escapes again. We go to the bottom of the 4th.
Here, we educate tomorrow's leaders today. The Howard Experience allows students to engage in self-exploration through sports, music, dance, and debate. A journey towards excellence in leadership for America and the global community. This is the Howard Experience.
This is where the formula ends and the magic begins. We take the mold, shake the mold, and break the mold. From late nights in the gym to later nights in the library, we grind. Because if you think greatness is a game, think again. Here, nothing shines unless we all do.
Howard escaping some tricky situations to post another 0 on the scoreboard, and they look to add to their 1-run lead here in Game 2 of the MEAC Conference Championship. Morgan State needed a win in Game 1 to just end the tournament and go back-to-back, but Howard says not so fast. They blank the number 1 seed 5-0 to earn a winner-take-all matchup here on this Saturday evening in Virginia. Corey Naito alongside Amir Rashid. We've seen quite literally everything here in this game too. Get started here in the bottom of the 4th.
We may see some more. I just know Coach Tyson said that she felt like the game they lost was quite possibly the worst game they played. And they backed it up with their performance in these 2 games today.
They certainly have, and taking the lead despite 4 errors. Kanaya Lake is at second base now for Morgan State. Taven Russo, the batter. Check that, Shaylin McNeil. She came in for Ayana Saley.
And then she moved to center field, and she had to play with her back against the wall to end that inning. And usually when players make outs like that to end the inning and then start the next inning, something positive happens. So we'll see if that happens this time.
It always seems to be that way. Coach Tyson told us earlier in the week that McNeil plays an excellent center field. Has been seeing pitching well from Morgan State.
And go back to Kanaya Lake. She's showing some versatility there. She started the first game in left field, and now here she is playing second base.
Naya Hunt trying to make it a scoreless 4th after a run came across in the 1st and 2 in the 3rd. She had a 1-2-3 second. 1-2, waved at and missed. Second strikeout for the MEAC Pitcher of the Year. Good start here in the home half.
And we've seen 5 runs scored today, and none of them have been earned. With 6 errors, all 5 runs across the plate have been unearned.
There's Maxie Harrington, the shortstop. Two runs, 4 hits, 2 errors for Morgan State. 3 runs, 5 hits, and 4 errors for the Bison.
At the plate for Howard, number 9, Sydney Fletcher.
And we have a new batter.
Yep.
Sydney Fletcher. She's trying to hit 226 on the season.
She's hitting for Harrington. Struck out back in the 2nd inning. That was a quick sub. I didn't catch the home plate umpire turnaround.
That must have happened when, that's probably part of the stuff that happened on the other end when Quinones came, when they moved Quinones to right and McNeil went to center field. They probably put her in too as well. Or, yeah, that could have been it.
Fletcher is at the plate. Oregon State trying to keep it a 1-run deficit. Meanwhile, Howard certainly looking to add more. Which is in for a strike. Two-one, popped up, mile high, shallow left. Delph, the shortstop, gives way to Jason, who makes the catch.
The outfielder coming in has priority over there. Infielder going out.
So Hunt looking for her second 1-2-3 inning.
Jade Green.
Jade Green, the third baseman, will be at the plate, but Hunt trying to get in a rhythm here, Amir. She had to deal with 6 batters in the 1st inning. There was an error in that frame, and then an error in the 3rd as well, forcing her to face 6 more batters.
So when her defense is held up, she's held her end of the bargain. So that's what both pitchers have done their end of the bargain. When their defense holds up, they've been throwing zeros.
Popped up right side. Lake being tested early, and we mentioned the outfielder in game 1, able to track that with ease. And there is another 1-2-3 inning for Anaya Hunt. We move to the top of the 5th here in the MEAC Championship game. Howard up by a run.
For more than 150 years, Morgan State University has positioned its graduates to grow the future and lead the world. Morgan students receive a world-class education, engage in meaningful research, and uplift their communities. Over 126 programs conveniently available online or on Morgan's beautiful campus. Designated the national treasure, there's something for everyone. Pursue your purpose. Progress in your passions. Achieve the promise of career fulfillment. Your Morgan experience awaits. Choose Morgan.
Behold has a special meaning at Norfolk State University. It exemplifies knowledge, hard work, perseverance, and striving towards success. Since 1935, Spartans have walked these grounds ready to take on the challenges of the times, transform lives, and realize dreams. We are a state-of-the-art institution, preparing students to take on the modern world with innovative coursework, experiential learning, and cutting-edge degrees. As NSU celebrates its 85th year, the green and gold tradition continues.
Top of the 5th inning, Howard holding to a 3-2 lead, hoping to win their first title since '07. Meanwhile, Morgan State looking to get back in this one. They led 2-0 after the top of the 1st. Howard, though, answering with a run in the bottom half and 2 in the 3rd. And Amir, you said it, I think, best. They are just playing very free, having fun. And we said the message from Coach Tyson, we have nothing to lose, and they've certainly been playing that way.
Leading off for
He
the
said the
Lady
seniors
Bears,
have left it
number 11,
better than they
Keegan
found it.
Rousseau.
And that was their goal. And now they are 9 outs away from bringing home just the 2nd MEAC championship in school history.
2-3-4 due up here for the Lady Bears, starting with the 3rd baseman, Taven Russo. They're part of the lineup here to try and get something going. They've had traffic against De La Roca here in game 2, something they haven't had in game 1. Some mistakes on the base paths for Morgan State has bailed out Howard a bit, who has 4 errors here in the championship game. 2 for Morgan State. All the runs unearned. The pitch. One and one the count here to Russo. We mentioned how well she is at the plate overall this season, but man, she has really flashed the leather at third.
Yeah, she's shown soft hands, quick feet, and a rocket for her arm. So
she has been a Hoover vacuum over there at third. Both games here today. They're going to set the table to begin the 5th. Pops it up foul.
Roca has the look in her eyes like you're gonna have to literally snatch the ball out of her hands, like before you get her out the game.
Yeah, she just has that demeanor to her. She had that in game 1, very calm in the circle, and even though that first inning was pretty hairy for her, allowing 2 runs, she has settled in nicely for the most part. Again, has had some help from her defense at times. Also help from the base running of Morgan State, but since that 2nd inning, she's left runners in scoring position in the 3rd and 4th. See if she could get a big momentum 0 here in the 5th.
Yeah, this is huge. You know, you're going through the heart of their order, and if you could not face them again.
Looking for her first strikeout of game 2. Instead, it's a hot shot past the diving Fletcher in the left.
She beats the shift. She hit it right through the teeth of the shift.
Tip your cap to Taven Russo. The 3rd baseman picks up her first hit of the night. She's now on base twice.
Now let's see if Morgan State goes back to their small ball identity.
Now to play number 23, Madison Nunez.
Madison Nunez back at the plate. Dropped a sac bunt. Speaking of small ball, back in the 1st. Walked in the 3rd. Pinch run by Hamilton, who was thrown out at 2nd on a blooper in the left that landed between Harrington and Dennis. How about the gutsy performance here by De La Roca in game 2 after we saw her cruising along in game 1? We thought maybe Morgan State figured her out, putting pressure on the defense of Howard and De La Roca, but she has been answering the call here for the Bison.
And she stayed efficient. This is only going to be her 60th pitch.
And it's lifted in the right center. Long run for McNeil, but she able to glide there and grab it.
And McNeil actually wasn't as far in the gap as she had been. She is cheated more towards the middle of center field. So she didn't have quite as long as run, but she is showing her wheels, and she is showing why Coach Tyson said she's a pretty smooth center fielder.
So here is Paz. 1 for 2 with a single. Could have been 2 for 2 with some RBIs if it wasn't for the incredible play at 2nd from Ricks, diving to her left to snag a liner. First pitch is hit deep left field with Carey. Dennis at the track, and it's gone! Melissa Paz with a go-ahead 2-run homer here in the 5th.
Who needs small ball when you can just hit a bomb, huh?
A no-doubter off the bat from Paz. And she gives Morgan State the lead once more, 4-3 Lady Bears.
Yeah, she got all of that. Every bit of it.
Huge time swing by Paz, her 2nd hit, and it's a go-ahead 2-run blast here in the top of the 5th.
Yeah, we've been talking about the shift, and and how they probably need to go the other way, and they said, forget me and you, and they just hit it over the fence.
Absolutely. Paz with the homer. Morgan State had 6 home runs in that Game 1 win against North Carolina Central, and Howard, third baseman Jade Green, thought there was a runner off at first. She threw to second. Luckily, Ricks was available and able to be with her whereabouts about that play. There's a runner at first with Victoria Fletcher reaching.
You know, you can't, there's things of physical errors and mental errors. And mental errors don't go in the scorebook, so I guess that's a hit. Oh, that's huge. That's huge.
97 for 27.
What a game.
97 for 27.
Just when you thought we saw it all, we saw some more.
This has been a wild winner-take-all game here on the campus of NSU.
Fields running at first base, number 97, Madison Boyer.
So Madison Boyer will be the pinch runner at first for Fletcher.
And this will be her 25th game of the year. So obviously when runners come on, we want to look how many stolen bases they have. She's 2 for 2.
Again, that was ruled a single. Green, and you mentioned the mental error. You can't put it in the scorebook. She thought there's a runner at first. She was quick to go to second. Howard catching a break. Ricks being alert. De La Roca and the Bison work around it. That comes after the go-ahead 2-run homer by Paz.
You want to give her an error on that, but you can't give mental errors. I mean, she fielded it, and she made a good throw. It was just to the wrong bat.
Elia Yule, the right fielder, at the plate. 0 for 1 with a flyout hit by a pitch. 2 across here for Morgan State. And that hits Yule.
Again. Oh, no, you don't have to. It's another box.
Yep, staying right there. She wasn't happy there. The first one, okay, hey, it's a changeup, but kind of in that forearm area again where she got plunked in the fourth. But right now, first and second, 1 out, and there is the head coach, Tori Tyson, talking things over with De La Roca.
The last time she came out, she snuffed out the squeeze play. So she's probably just settling her team down. You know, you get the 2-run home run, then you get the mental error and now a hit batter. So and as the umpire, Sharonda Brown, just meanders out there to try to get that 60-second thing going. This gives us a good opportunity to say that we have an all-female umpiring staff. We have, you know, Sharonda Brown behind home plate, Diane Kendall at first base, and Rhonda Groves at third base. And Rhonda Groves, this is the second straight weekend she's done a HBCU softball championship, that she was in Virginia to do the CIAA softball championships just a week ago. So Rhonda Groves getting all her championship money in this month.
Play resumes. Paz only had 1 homer in the regular season, to go back to that go-ahead 2-run shot earlier this inning.
What a big time for your second one.
Giving Morgan State a 1-run lead. Now Delph, the speedy shortstop, with that double in the second, and then reached on an E1 in the fourth.
That's the 9th home run that De La Roca's given up this year.
Bunted right back to De La Roca. Everybody, though, gets back to their respective bases in Fletcher and Yule, but a heads-up play with good reflexes from the Howard pitcher.
Yeah, but as the second baseman and the shortstop split to cover that bunt, that is left first and second base unoccupied, so the runners were able to get back safely. Like you said, cat-like reflexes by De La Roca to get that out. And we may have another change.
Larry Heinlein Going to his bench, it appears once more. Danielle Jason, the left fielder, is scheduled to be the batter. She still has her helmet on. I'm assuming it would be a pinch runner. We already have one in the game off at second. Bollier.
Yep, it's going to be number 2 for 1. So we got definitely having pinch hitter.
Bollier off at second, the pinch runner, and
Kaylee Sweezy. Okay. It's coming on the pinch hit.
Sweezy was the number 8 hitter and designated player from Morgan State in game 1. Hitless at the plate in that game.
You know,
number 2,
he's hitting 300 in limited action. So
it is a 304 average in 16 regular season games, 4 of those being starts. So she hits for Danielle Jason, who was 1 for 1 with a single and a sac bunt. Morgan State retaking the lead after they led 2-0 after the top of the first and 2-1 after the opening inning. Howard grabbing its first lead with 2 runs in the third, but Melissa Paz putting the top seed back in front here in the 5th. Roca drops in the off speed.
You know, I like this view because every time we go to center field view, we can see what they're fighting for. The huge MEAC trophy right behind home plate as the pitcher is glaring in to the batter. You get to see that nice piece of walnut.
Eye quite literally on the prize when you're on defense. 0-1 is a blooper, but ranging and making the grab, Ricks. Second great play by the second baseman of Howard. He's going to try and ignite this offense and dugout for the Bison, but Morgan State takes the lead on the 2-run homer by Melissa Paz, and we go to the home half of the inning next. Howard down by 1.
The day the world stopped was the day we found where to go. From now on, we're not going to leave anything on our plates because we've learned to savor the moments that were always there, and they never tasted this good.
When you're part of something bigger than yourself, it feels like all you ever do is win, win, win. And when that something is an HBCU, you know you can't help but win, win, win. So, as proud supporters of HBCU programs, we just can't lose.
Take a look at the past MEAC Softball champions since 2013. Morgan State looking to go back-to-back. It would be the third team to do it. Of course, 2020, no championship because of the pandemic, but Morgan State trying to join that club of going back-to-back title years.
And the thing about that graphic is the only team still in the MEAC is Morgan State. FAMU, Bethune, and Hampton. Well, I think Hampton's still here, but FAMU and Bethune, so the last 6 or 7 are in the SWAC right now.
Howard looking for their first since 07. This is down 1-1 to Camille Navarro, who's 1 for 2 with a single and a run scored. Hunt, though, has retired her last 4 batters faced, including that 1-2-3-4. Mentioned Navarro in game 1, but if you didn't catch that broadcast, she is the toughest hitter to strike out in the entire country. Only 2 strikeouts all year long. She went 2 for 4 with a 2-run single in game 1. You break that down with her bats, a strikeout every 78.5 at-bats. Here, bounces to third. Russo, smooth for out number 1. How will Howard respond after digging out of an early 2-0 hole before they even got to the plate in the first inning. They took the lead in the third to make it 3-2, but Melissa Paz's 2-run homer in the top half of this inning has given Morgan State the lead again. Here is Rick. She has done a little bit of everything in this game.
She's made 2 phenomenal defensive plays. And while the box score says she's 0 for 2, the damage that she has inflicted, it goes beyond the box score.
It does. Reached on a couple of errors, but a beautiful bunt last at bat to force Hunt to make a bad throw to first, igniting this offense. They went on to score 2 runs in that third inning when when Ricks was able to get on.
So yeah, on that bunt, on a throwing error, allowed 1 run to score, and she goes all the way to third and comes, but so that gets a tying run, and she takes the lead with the go-ahead run. So
came in to score on that Dennis single to left.
So she's had her hand in all 3 runs for the Bison today.
What you want to see from the 2-hole hitter, just be on base, force the defense to make plays. Trying to force them to make one here, and Russo unbelievably couldn't. She has been so good all year. That was going to be a tough play regardless with the speed of Ricks, but man, Russo has been Gold Glove caliber today over at third. She has made every play her way.
Wonderful. Error, hit.
We're going to give her a single.
Yep.
So after reaching on 2 errors, Ricks gets the single, and here is Dennis, 2 for 2. Single in the left field in the first, was left at third.
I know we don't get a vote for MVP all-tournament team. If Howard wins this game, Leilani Ricks has to be at the top of that conversation.
Morneau is ripped in her right with some carry. Ewell won't get to it. It rolls to the wall. Heading to third, Ricks. She's going to get the stop sign. It's a stand-up, 1-out double for Dennis. Her 3rd hit. And Howard threatening down by 1 here in the bottom of the 5th inning.
This Howard team does not quit.
Dennis putting a charge into it. Ewell thought she had a read, and then last moment
brings up,
unable to get to it. And now the cleanup hitter and Alyssa Vasquez.
They're not going to pitch to her.
They're going to intentionally walk the catcher. Let's take a look at that double from Dennis. And that's a big hit here for Dennis, her 3rd of the game. She put a jolt into it opposite field.
She took that outside pitch exactly where it was pitched. She threw it right off the wall.
Well, Vasquez will be intentionally walked, but you have to be careful. Can't let this get past Nunez.
I thought they could just put them on. I didn't know they had to throw the 4 pitches anymore in the NCAA, but hey.
Going back to the old ways. Making the pitcher at least make accurate tosses to home. So Vasquez will be intentionally walked to load him up for Zaria Simmons, the first baseman, who is 2 for 2 tonight against Hunt. So I'm assuming that Larry Highline just wants to force at any base with the bases loaded, but Simmons has reached 2 times.
Larry Highline didn't want to pitch to Alyssa. Alyssa Vasquez is probably the most dangerous hitter in this lineup.
Simmons, though, has fought off Hunt and has been rewarded with 2 singles, including an RBI from the left side.
As the precipitation starts to fall.
Yep, the sun was peeking out, and now it's starting to drizzle here slightly. Morgan State going over what they need to do defensively, and it looks like 7th-year head coach Larry Highline will join them.
I think he wanted to make sure he had another mound visit without having to take it.
And we were talking about the message that Tyson gave to her Bison. For Morgan State, I asked the same question to Heinlein, and he said, we're confident. He said, we're not overconfident. We know how good Howard is. Obviously, the Bison taking the regular season series here this year, but he just said that his team really oozing with confidence coming into this championship Saturday. And right now, they have a slight lead, but the confidence and momentum start to shift over to the Bison once more.
But if you ever wanted someone with a quote-unquote closer mentality in the circle, this is it, right? You know, you have the MEAC pitcher of the year, probably close to being on the line. You got bases loaded, tying running third, go ahead running second, and one out in the 5th inning. Let's see if she can live up to those accolades right now.
Simmons shows bunt. It's a good one, and Howard ties it up. Sliding safely, Ricks. 4-4, bottom of the 5th.
Hey, guess who scored that run? It was Ricks again.
Third time here for Ricks. A perfectly placed bunt. Simmons with another single. Couldn't place it any better, forcing Nunez to come out from behind home. And Howard answers for the second time here in the winner-take-all.
This Coach Tori Tyson has this Howard Bison team confident and finished. I mean,
Dennis off at third, Vasquez at second, Simmons at first. Known as the center fielder at the plate.
And now the fans have matriculated from the stands to the fence. All the Howard fans up on the fence. And
quite the atmosphere, quite the game. That's a slap in the left, but shallow Jason, great defensive positioning for Morgan State to get that second out.
Critical second out, crucial second out, and it wasn't hit far enough to get that run in.
They shaded Jason in there, you can see, for the slapper.
And we've already seen Jason's arm today.
Oh, and yeah, very good out and left. And you definitely don't want to try and tag up, obviously that ball too shallow, but she has certainly shown her cannon out and left.
That is not an arm that you want to test.
Hey, you got this one, eh?
Madison Harris is pitch hitting again. Madison Harris pitched hit. She pitched it in the first game.
18 for 23.
She picked up a single in that 6th inning. Pitch hit for Ricks. Now comes in here.
Number 18, Madison Harris.
Harris in the regular season hit 152. As we mentioned, a pinch hit appearance that resulted in a single.
And we've already seen one bases loaded go-ahead walk today. Just going to throw that out there.
That we did. That started Howard's 5-run fourth in game 1. Fastball in for a strike. 7th batter to come to the plate here in the bottom of the 5th inning. Again, Howard was the road team in game 1. Now here in game 2, with a chance to go dancing. They have last at-bats if needed. Popped up first base side. And a grab there by Fletcher in front of the fence. So that ends the threat and inning, but Howard strikes on the bunt RBI single from Zaria Simmons, and we're tied at 4, heading to the 6th.
Diverse. The dictionary defines it as showing a great deal of variety. Here in Hampton Roads, we are diverse. So whether you drive your own car, ride a bike, or use one of Hampton Roads Transit's many modes of transportation, it fits within our lifestyle. And while you may never ride Hampton Roads Transit, chances are you depend on someone who does. Help us connect Hampton Roads.
A back and forth game here and a winner take all. If you're just tuning in, you're not going to want to leave. 4-4 the score. You see how both teams responding after Melissa Paz with a go-ahead 2-run homer in the 5th. May have taken the wind out of the sails of this Howard team. The Bison storming back with a run with the bases loaded. An RBI bunt single by Simmons, her 3rd of the game.
We got a new center fielder for Hamilton. I mean, for Howard, number 0, Alyssa Watson, is now in the game. That'd be their 3rd center fielder today.
Quinones started in center and has moved to right.
At the plate, number 8,
Watson
Lake.
is now in center. Kiana Lake is at the plate. She came in as a replacement for the second baseman, Tashinsky, who left the game down 0-2 in the count.
And we're talking about Howard with 3 center fielders. This is the 3rd second baseman for Morgan. And this is her first at bat. She started in the first game in left field, but she was a flex. So this is the first time she's going to hit today.
Here's the 0-1 to Lake from De La Roca. Quickly gets ahead, 0-2. And what's impressed me about De La Roca, Amir, is she doesn't have strikeout stuff. She relies on mixing speeds, getting weak contact, and she's relying on a defense that has struggled this year coming into the championship series. 79 errors on the year, 34 in conference play, the 4th most, 13 coming in to this afternoon's contest.
For sure, I think the one word that I always think about her is unflappable. Whether an error was behind her, she's been the same person from her very first pitch. She showed a twinkle of emotion here, but never got too high, really never got too low. She's been even keeled, regardless of what's happening around her in these now 13 innings.
7 shutout innings in game 1 for a victory. Will she go the distance here? 2 runs in the first.
The only way she doesn't go the distance if she gives up like a 6 spot. I'm gonna let her work in and out of this.
Absolutely. 4 runs total, 2 earned, coming on the 2-run blast from Melissa Paz. Pitch number 75, just getting a piece late.
So I think that's 171 pitches.
93 in game 1.
So she's at 170 pitches in 2 games.
How much is left in the tank of Annalise De La Roca, the New Mexico State transfer? Is looking to put together a gutsy performance in game 2 to get her team to the tournament. Lake, slow tapper, and they wait to go foul. That's a heads-up play by Green, but Vasquez, the catcher, telling her to do so. Almost looked like it was going to be fair, but Green able to quickly stop it before it goes back fair.
Coach Harry Heinlein trying to say that the 3rd baseman's glove ticked off of it. Trying to get that. Let's see. Oh no, not even close. But you know, you try to buy it. If you could buy it, you could buy it.
Why not?
But the umpire wasn't buying it. He tried to sell it.
Sharonda Brown on top of it. As you alluded to, an all-female umpiring crew here for this MEAC Championship final. Howard forcing the second game with that 5-0 win. We have a dandy here to decide who is crowned MEAC champ. 2-2. Held on and then applied the tag. That's a strikeout. Big out number 1 here for De La Roca.
That was a great at bat by Lake. Just she fought off so many pitches, and finally right there.
Play number 7, Asia Thomas.
First she got the piece, but you saw Brown, the home plate umpire, quickly raising her fist to indicate that she did not. First strikeout for De La Roca. Again, she is not a strikeout pitcher, only had 4 in the shutout win in game 1.
One thing, Asia Thomas last time, she went to a morning track, so.
Certainly has that pop. Hitless in 3 trips, reached on an error back in the first. A couple of flyouts, including that deep fly that Amir just alluded to. A couple of warning track flies, and of course the 2-run homer by Paz. They get 4-3 in the 5th, but Howard answering. This has been a fun one here to close out the MEAC softball season. Winner will get the automatic bid and compete in the NCAA tournament. The loser as their season come to an end. Coach Tori Tyson, 4th-year head coach, also handles the pitching here for Howard. We talked about her being at Maryland, Cal State Fullerton, and Bethune-Cookman. She said that she really learned how to manage a staff at Bethune-Cookman and then going to Cal State Fullerton. She only had 2 pitchers at Bethune-Cookman. When she went to Cal State Fullerton, she said she had 4 to 5, and she really views this pitching staff for Howard as a staff, not just 1 or 2 horses, but a collective group.
Today she has a horse.
That she does.
Today she is riding Annalise De La Roca. So it's nice to have, it's nice to have a staff, but it's also nice to have someone like this that you can just give the ball to and let them ride.
She has been giving everything she has in the circle. Behind the count here to Thomas, though. 3 balls and no strikes to the center fielder. If you're Thomas, you take another.
No, you're Thomas. You're gonna if it's remotely close and you can put a swing on it, you got to swing on it. It's 3-1. You got home run power. Short fence.
De La Roca come with here on that 3-1. And it hits Thomas in the elbow.
That's always the worst to get hit when it would have been ball 4 anyway. Like, that's pain for no reason.
He seems to be all right. 4th hit batter by De La Roca. She plunked Yule twice. Russo back in the 1st, and now Thomas here in the 6th for a 1-out base runner who represents the go-ahead.
I wonder what that conversation is about. Yeah, but I still think it was ball 4, and it would have been a ball anyway, because I think the pitch was in the batter's box.
So the ball is there, but now it looked like the home plate umpire was checking the hand of De La Roca as well. Can't really get a good grasp, but nonetheless, a runner at 1st with 1 away here in the top of the 6th. Dark clouds starting to loom above.
And the lights are on. Good pitch.
Starts off Russo with the strike. 3rd baseman solid with the glove. Has had a good game, too, at the plate. The 0-1 from De La Roca. Back to the well, but missed a little outside. Well, we had 3 time changes for this championship series to start. Originally slated for 12, up to 9. Now we started way back at 2 o'clock. We had the 2nd game here, and it has been a good one. Anticipation building between each pitch as we're tied here at the top of the 6th inning.
We talk about Alyssa Vasquez's offense. Her defense today behind the plate, smothering all the balls in the dirt. And allowing De La Roca the confidence to throw that pitch even with runners on base cannot be overshadowed.
She has been very impressive, to say the least, as well. 2-1. Just missed again, and now she falls behind to her second straight batter after getting late going down on strikes for the first out.
Then you got Nunez and Paz. So
hitters count. And it's lined to the second baseman, Ricks. We'll look back to runner at first, Thomas. One of the easier plays Ricks has made here tonight in game 2. I love her energy.
She's having fun. She is the fire. She right now is the fire plug for this team. It's like if De La Roca is the heartbeat, she is the AED.
Nunez, the batter now, the junior catcher. We're going to keep this inning alive with a runner at first and 2 away. Pitch is hit sharply to third. The freshman Green gobbles, throws, and retires Nunez for the 3rd out. De La Roca works around the hit batsman, and we head to the bottom of the 6th inning. And we are tied at 4 here in the game. Howard looking to retake the lead when we come back.
This is where the formula ends and the magic begins. We take the mold, shake the mold, and break the mold. From late nights in the gym to later nights in the library, we grind. Because if you think greatness is a game, think again. Here, nothing shines unless we all do.
For more than 150 years, Morgan State University has positioned its graduates to grow the future and lead the world. Morgan students receive a world-class education, engage in meaningful research, and uplift their communities. Over 126 programs conveniently available online or on Morgan's beautiful campus. Designated the national treasure, there's something for everyone. Pursue your purpose, progress in your passions, achieve the promise of career fulfillment. Your Morgan experience awaits. Choose Morgan.
So we go to the bottom of the 6th inning, tied at 4. Morgan State, the 1 seed, Howard, the 2 seed. Back and forth game here. The winner moves on and advances to the tournament. The loser will have a fantastic season come to a sad end. It's Howard and Morgan State battling here. Howard, the home team in this decisive game. That's big. Morgan State was the home team in game 1 with the opportunity to win and end things. Howard with a 5-0 win and now looking to retake the lead. It's upstairs to Fletcher, who came into the game for Maxie Harrington. Fletcher, Green, and Navarro, 8-9-1 scheduled here for the Bison. Pitch. The outside edge for a ball. Fletcher trying to lead things off here and get on base to represent the go-ahead run. Of course, Howard with 2 walk-off wins this tournament. Fletcher pops it up to center. 1 down for Anaya Hunt. We've been talking a lot about De La Roca, but Hunt still trying to battle her way through. She was given the lead, but then they challenged Zaria Simmons with the bases loaded. She drops down a beautiful bunt single in front of home to tie the game up. And Hunt now respond with another 0.
I mean, it was a small ball. You get Ricks against the bunt single, and she trickles to third, and then you get a suicide squeeze. So, you know, and that was the only earned run she's given up.
Green hitless in 2 trips in game 2. Had that solid game 1 where she was on base twice. Gives this pitch a ride deep left field. Jason not going to get to it. And Green motoring in his second with a stand-up double.
The 8-hit, that's a 9-hitter. That is the player that Coach Tyson has spoke glowingly about. Despite her batting average, her on-base percentage, and she always seems to come up with a big hit in a time of need. And it makes another big play right there.
Her on-base percentage coming into the doubleheader, 355 to her 184 batting average. Only had 1 double all regular season. That was in 37 games played in 26 starts. She now puts pressure on this Morgan State team, and it looks like they are going to the bullpen. And it is Melissa Paz who will be in the circle. We will be back. Paz coming in relief of Hunt, tied at 4. Bottom of the 6th, Howard threatening here in the MEAC championship game.
Behold has a special meaning at Norfolk State University. It exemplifies knowledge, hard work, perseverance, and striving towards success. Since 1935, Spartans have walked these grounds ready to take on the challenges of the times, transform lives, and realize dreams. We are a state-of-the-art institution, preparing students to take on the modern world with innovative coursework, experiential learning, and cutting-edge degrees. As NSU celebrates its 85th year, the green and gold tradition continues.
All right, here we go. Miller in motion. Wait, is that a baby on the field?
It looks like it, Craig.
And the defensive linemen are playing peekaboo. I've never seen anything like that before.
Harris now appears to be burping the baby.
That's a great moment right there.
Ref going to the rule book here.
Well, wait a minute. Harris is off to the races.
We don't need any more trick plays.
Touchdown!
But we could all use more ways to save.
Are you kidding me?
That's got to be a long bus ride home for the defense.
Switch to Geico for more ways to save.
Morgan State going to Melissa Paz, one of the best relievers in the country. An ERA coming into today's games in the top 5 in the NCAA. But Howard got to her in game 1, an inning of work, 5 runs, 3 earned on 4 hits against Paz, who came in averaging, only giving up a half run on the season.
And all those came in her second inning of work. Her first came in on the 3rd and cruised, and in the 4th inning when she ran in trouble. Faced 5 batters, didn't get anybody out.
A lot of soft contact against Paz. 3 straight infield singles set that inning up for Howard. Navarro, the batter, 1 for 3 with a single. Chops one to short, and it hit off the runner. Or did it? It did it?
Okay.
It hit off Delph.
It went off Delph. However, the runner didn't allow Delph to make that play. Like, the runner prevented Delph from making this play.
But she's running, so she's trying to avoid it.
No. There was contact. Because there was contact with the runner, that runner has to be out. She interfered with Delph to make that play. The contact on that clearly states with the interference, that runner needs to be out. If they get this wrong, Coach Harry Heinlein may be thrown out of here.
Everybody's safe. Home plate umpire Sharonda Brown explaining the call to Larry Heinlein. And you mentioned the contact there. Delph was looking around. Heinlein takes the cap off in disbelief. And Brown gonna go back to home. Big break here for Howard. Here's another look at it.
Right there. You see Delph's arm get pulled away. And with 3 umpires out here in a championship game, it's hard to believe that a play like that at this moment gets missed.
So we'll put runners at first and third. With 1 out here in the bottom of the 6th, Howard looking for another late run in this tournament. So it's a 4-4 game. And who else but Leilani Ricks, the batter at the plate. The second baseman has been the spark plug here in game 2. 1 for 3 officially, but she reached on 2 errors that proved to be pivotal and has scored 3 of the 4 runs. So we talked about Dennis and Vasquez being the thumpers in this Howard lineup. Ricks, I think, is in a perfect situation here. She's showing the confidence. Looks like they're going to try and force Morgan State to come home with a bunt, perhaps. This is a big spot. Eyes at it, can't get it, and now she's down on the count.
So now with 2 strikes, the bunt's off the board. The slap's still on the board, but the bunt's still off the board. So
Morrow up to second, she stole, so second and third now, 1 out. Paz trying to keep it tied at 4. Just off the plate, 1 and 2. We talked how good Paz is in the circle. She has a drop curve, and when it's on, it's unhittable according to Coach Heinlein. Doesn't throw hard, kind of compared her to a Greg Maddox in baseball, relying on location. 1-2, Hicks chops it to second. The throw home, not made. Howard regains the lead. Another runner coming in. Heads up play by Nunez for the out. Bison, though, take a 5-4 lead in the 6th.
if the second baseman right there, you're playing so far back, you have to get the out. I mean, you got lucky to get that out at home. However, if you're going to play that deep behind second base, realistically, your only play is the first. Now, if you're up in front of the base and that ball's hit to you, you have a chance. But they got the out, luckily. However, that just wasn't the right play to go.
Here's Dennis. She has been perfect at the plate. She's in for a strike from Paz.
Ricks is getting a huge lead at second base, and they don't pay attention to it. She may try to delay steal, but with her speed, a ball hit into the outfield, she can score on it anyway.
Ricks off at second on that play. 0-1. Just thought about it. It's in the zone anyway.
If I'm Morgan, that's a tough pill to swallow. That the go-ahead run probably should have been out. But you know, you got 3 more outs.
Swing and a miss. Dennis retired for the first time. They put the final touches on Kalita Dennis, but Howard takes the lead late for the 3rd time in this MEAC tournament. Can they hold on? 3 outs to go for their first title since 2007. We'll be right back.
The day the world stopped was the day we found where to go. From now on, we're not going to leave anything on our plates because we've learned to savor the moments that were always there, and they never tasted this good.
When you're part of something bigger than yourself, it feels like all you ever do is win, win, win. And when that something is an HBCU, you know you can't help but win, win, win. So, as proud supporters of HBCU programs, we just can't lose.
Top of the 7th inning, Howard 3 outs away from winning both games here on Championship Saturday to knock off the top-seeded Morgan State Lady Bears. And leading the inning off here, Amir, is Melissa Paz, who put Morgan State out in front in the 5th inning with a 2-run blast.
And that was a shot. So, you know, and at that point, we were in the 5th inning. We thought that may have been the winning runs. So now, she was in the pitch. She was in the circle when the go-ahead run was scored. So let's see if she can do something else with her bat.
4, 5, 6 due up for Morgan State. Paz 2 for 3 with that 2-run blast. Also smoked a liner back in the 1st inning that second baseman Ricks dove and snagged. De La Roca looking to go back-to-back complete games. What a story and effort it would be for De La Roca, and in really 2 different fashions. The 7-inning shutout in Game 1, and here has had to work around some errors and a homer by Paz. It's hit sharply, diving snag by Green from her knees in time. The freshman playing like an upperclassman here in the title game.
Jade Green. They say she's only played there a couple of days. If you came to this game and you saw her play, you would think she's been playing third base all year long. She has made play after play after play.
What a stop over at the hot corner.
And more importantly, she started that rally to score in the bottom of the 6th.
She did with that 1-out double and scoring the go-ahead run. Will it be the eventual game winner? Victoria Fletcher, the first baseman at the plate, 2 for 3 with an RBI.
You know, I know I said Rick's probably should be the MVP, but you can't overstate what De La Roca has done to the date. But those 2 right there.
You're looking at De La Roca perhaps tossing 2 complete game victories, allowing just 2 earned runs here in this one. Obviously the shutout in Game 1. But I don't think she's going to have that chance. We may have a switch.
No, I think it's
going to be defensively, it looks like.
Sunglasses.
What good teammates. The sun coming in, making sure that everybody's got the eyewear here in this big moment.
185 pitches for Annalise De La Roca. So
that's Watson out in left field.
That's Watson out in center field.
Yes. Sorry. Saw her running in real quick from the left.
You know, we keep forgetting that the left fielder is hugging the line over
That's
here.
true. And, I mean, she's really hugging the line. I had to look past Heinlein and the third base umpire, Rhonda Groves. Play resumes. 1-0. Popped up. First baseman Simmons is there. And Howard, an out away from winning the title.
Now batting number 13, Aaliyah.
There's a look at Tyson and her team ready to celebrate here in Norfolk if they can hold on.
How many trips to the mound do they get around here?
Tyson gonna talk things out here with De La Roca. Heinlein doing the same here with Elia Ewell, the right fielder, who has been hit twice by De La Roca and also flew out.
Let's go, Annalise! Let's go, 1-2!
Bases empty, 2 away. Howard down 2-0 in Game 2 before they even stepped to the plate. Scored 1 in the first, took the lead 3-2 in the third. Morgan State reclaiming the lead on the 2-run homer by Melissa Paz. Howard answering with a run in the bottom of that inning and 1 in the 6th. And now they're 1 out away from a MEAC championship. Top 2 teams seated in this tournament. Amir, showing why here in this final game. This has been a fun one to watch.
And Howard has shown that they may have more than something.
1-0.
I still go back to that play in 6th inning. When there's contact, there's obvious contact. There's 3 umpires out there, and none of them saw it. And that run is now looming large as the winning run in a championship game. But hey, you win some, you lose some.
Howard looking to win the final game here of the MEAC season in 2022. Ewell trying to keep the season alive for Morgan State.
That's a good 2-0. That's a good 2-0 pitch and a good 2-0 take. And both can be possible. That's just, you got to pitch. That's just not a pitch you want right there. And you still have batter leverage right here at 2-1.
De La Roca looking to go back-to-back complete games. This is low and away. Ball 3 on deck is Delph, the shortstop. At least scheduled. The 3-1 coming from De La Roca. Ball 4, and Morgan State has the runner on at first. And that is Mia Ewell coming to the plate.
So, Ewell's sister, Aaliyah, looks at her, gives her a little pat down, tell her to calm down, take a deep breath. So, hey.
A great sign for Morgan's. Obviously, you didn't have Mia Ewell this entire game until now. Suffered what looked to be a pretty bad lower leg injury at the end of game 1 or near the end in the 7th inning. Needed help to get off the field, and now she comes up as a pinch hitter here for Delph. Ewell, one of the best hitters on this team. North of 300 all season long. Second team all-conference selection. Looking to keep her Lady Bears team alive. Pitch by De La Roca.
Wasn't her pitch. Like, between Aaliyah and Mia Ewell, I feel like they're in control of that at bat. At both of these bats, they're not going out swinging at pitches that they don't want early in the count.
Oh, 1. Howard with a late run here in the second game of the championship earned 2 walk-off wins on their journey to this position, an opportunity to hoist the conference trophy. Does Morgan State have some magic left in them? Which is outside, 2-1, and we talked about it. They were never in a close game this tournament. 28-0 against North Carolina Central, 12-5 win against Howard earlier in this tournament.
And then they lost 5-0. That wasn't even close either.
Absolutely. So does Morgan State have a rally here? They are down to its final out with their best hitter, Mia Ewell, coming in as a pinch hitter. 3-1. Vasquez comes out to try and calm down her battery mate in De La Roca.
This pitch will be her 97th pitch.
She had 93 to get through 7 in game 1.
No, this will be pitch 100 because it's 96 before this at bat. So, pitch 101.
Here it comes. Swing and a miss by Ewell. And Howard, a strike away.
101 plus 93 is 194 pitches. Fifth pitch of the day.
Runner at first will get a head start. Roca, the 3-2.
Looking to go the other way because of the left-hand hitter. If she hits that gap that they're giving her, Ewell can score from first.
She can with her speed and the head start. Also, you have to deal with the sun, which is blasting that left center field side of the field here at NSU.
Let's go 12!
Mia Ewell at the plate. Her sister, Aaliyah, off at first, representing the tying run. Payoff again, and it's hit sharply up the middle. Morgan State still with the pulse. Ewell goes to third, Mia Ewell at first, and the Ewell sisters keeping Morgan State alive here in the top of the seventh.
Double steal to try to get the tying run in and go to the bottom of the seventh inning with a team that's walked it off twice in a tie game. I mean, you're at 8-9 right here. You got Danielle Jason, who's hitting 200, then Kanaya Lake after her. You got good speed on first and third. Do you try to, because they don't throw through, now the go-ahead run is in scoring position.
Jason, utility hitter, junior from Oliphant, Pennsylvania, as the tying run at third here in the championship final with one out to work with. Mia Ewell staying put at first base for the time being. Morgan State looking for back-to-back titles, but needs to worry about trying to get that run in from third. Howard and De La Roca an out away from clinching the title for the first time since 2007. And those trophies just hanging back behind home plate. Oh, 1. If you're Howard, though, if Mia Ewell decides to take off the first, wouldn't you just let her take second? You don't want to allow the runner to come home.
But now but that puts the go-ahead run in scoring position.
See the chess match here, bunt shown. 1-2 the count. Jason couldn't
Mia Ewell
get
just
it.
stole second.
Yep, she decided to just take it. She's up at second. We were wondering about her leg injury too. How much can she actually run?
I mean, you got to have some faith that she can run, because if you didn't have faith that she could run, you would just pinch ran for it.
Exactly.
You'd have re-entered the runner, but now, if Jason can get us a hit to the outfield, Morgan State takes the lead. 1-2, 2 outs.
Down to the final strike. 1-2, swing and a miss, and Howard does it! A magical run in the MEAC tournament ends with their first title since 2007.
On pitch number 200. Annalise De La Roca put Howard on her back and led them to a championship.
Bison embracing the 2022 MEAC champions, the Howard Bison, the number 2 seed with 2 walk-off wins, 2 runs scored in the 5th and 6th to take the lead, and eventual victory, and they're going dancing.
HU, you know. What can you say about this Howard team? You know, obviously they faced elimination early, where they had a walk-off win on a three-run home run to open this tournament. You know, they had a walk-off win to defeat host Norfolk State to get here, and they won 2 games. And
you're right. I think the word resilient comes to mind. Playing freely as well. We talked about how they didn't have anything to lose. And right now, they are your MEAC champions here in 2022. A 5-4 victory after a 5-0 win in Game 1 to force this winner-take-all. T-shirts being distributed. We'll have the trophy presentation once we come back. Congratulations to Morgan State on an incredible season. The top seed, program record in overall wins in the conference, a 16-game winning streak coming into this first game. Certainly an impressive team under head coach Larry Heinlein. Morgan State led at 2 different points in this game, but Howard, resilient, comes back, and they take the 1-run win here in both games of the doubleheader.
sometimes you have to tip your hat to athletes.
So that will do it for our game coverage, but when we come back, we will have the trophy presentation of the MEAC Softball Championship here in Norfolk, Virginia. Howard, your champs here in 2022 with a 5-4 win over the top-seeded Morgan State Lady Bears.
I got rings in my safe right now. No. Stays home right here. Yes. Double rainbow too.
I agree. There's a unicorn up there.
What you say, baby? What you just say?
God's promise. Double rainbow. No flood. God bless you. I'm on people.
Ladies and gentlemen, at this time we will begin our awards ceremony. The Mid-Eastern Athletic Conference would like to congratulate all participating student athletes of the 2022 MEAC Softball Championship. Presenting today's awards are the MEAC Commissioner, Sonia Stills, Mr. Stacey Danley, Director of Athletics at South Carolina State, and Ms. Kimberly Green, Associate AD for Community Relations and Development and SWA at South Carolina State, co-chairs of the MEAC Softball Championship. First, we will present the 2022 individual superlatives. We will begin with the introduction of our all-tournament team. From Howard University, Annalise De La Roca. From Howard University, Alyssa Vasquez. From Howard University, Camille Navarro. From Howard University, Kalita Dennis. From Morgan State University, Melissa Paz. From Morgan State University, Victoria Fletcher.
You go, Tori!
From Norfolk State University, Tuli Iosefa. From North Carolina Central University, Madison Mifsud. From North Carolina Central University, Jaden Davis. From Coppin State University, Vanessa Carrizosa. And from Maryland Eastern Shore, Tatum Cressley. Let's give another round of applause for the MEAC All Tournament team. And now for the 2022 runner-up team, Morgan State University, coached by Larry Highline. Let's give another round of applause for the 2022 runner-up team from Morgan State University.
Hey, you punched your ticket, baby! You punched your ticket! Yes, we're going up!
Now, the 2022 Outstanding Performer from Howard University, Annalise De La Roca. Let's give another round of applause for the Outstanding Performer. The 2022 Outstanding Coach, Tori Tyson, Howard University.
Amen, baby!
Let's give another round of applause for the Outstanding Coach.
Amen, sister, that's right, let it go!
And the 2022 MEAC Softball Tournament champions, the Howard University Bison.
Turn around, turn around, turn around!
Man, I'm telling you, I'm gonna love him. Them Jefferson Trails. I sent you a text. Three-class football game.
Okay, people. Get John, get in here. Bye. Bye.